I've been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this county and the Republic of Kenya. Let your blessing descend upon us, here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our county and of those whose interests you have committed to our church. Amen.
Thank you, Vice Chair. May I now call upon a proposer and a seconder for the adoption of today's agenda.
I, Trufosa Kuto, to propose for adoption of agenda.
Thank you.
I, Julius Keter, 2 second.
Thank you, honorable members. Now, I will now request the Sergeant at Arms to usher the service board in. Okay, thank you, the Sergeant at Arm. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you, the Vice Chair of the Board, with the team to this session. And before we proceed, I would like that we undergo the introductory part of it. Matata Benjamin Kerich, I'm the chair to the ADO committee. Thank you.
I'm Sarah Mutwal, Vice Chair.
Isaiah Maina, member.
I'm John Betok, member.
Beth Richard, member.
Bridget Songok, member.
Keter Julius, member.
Isaac Mosbey, member.
Silas Home, member.
Professor Puto, member.
Chalalai Lucy, member.
Jepto Lydia, member.
Silas Kogo, member.
Kiptopet, member.
I am Tarbe Josephat, member to the committee.
Thank you, honorable members. I will now ask the secretariat to introduce themselves.
I'm Kibet Agri, member of secretariat.
My name is Eliud Sang, member of the ad hoc committee secretariat.
I'm Gupta Boniface, secretariat.
Thank you very much, the secretariat. I will now invite the team from the Public Service Board to introduce themselves. Vice Chair, take charge.
Thank you very much, Chair, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. My name is Elise Barusei, the Vice Chair of the Nandi County Public Service Board. And alongside with me, we have Madam Irene, Board Member, Mogoi Daniel, Board Member, and Nancy, who is our Director Legal as well as the Acting CEO of the Nandi County Public Service Board.
Okay, thank you very much. And before I take you through the mandate of the committee, you've clearly indicated that Nancy is acting.
Yes.
Can we have letters to that effect? Okay. Now I will request the Sergeant at Arm to place the team under oath.
I, Arusei Eliseba, do hereby affirm to testify on all matters in question and to tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, Irene Jepkurit Choge, do hereby affirm to testify on all matters in question and to tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I, Kiptarbei Mwakoi Ruto, do hereby affirm to testify on all matters in question and to tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, Jeruto Nancy, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and to tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Okay, thank you, the Sergeant at Arms. And I once more want to welcome you to this session. And before we proceed, I will read the mandate of the committee. The committee was established by the House with the following mandate. A, to with respect to flagship projects, flag and alleged non-existent projects as spelled out in the implementation committee reports laid on the table of the House on 17th September 2024. 2, 1, investigate whether there was a financial impropriety across all the departments. 2, establish whether there was a breach of the Constitution or any other applicable law by state/public officers in the execution of projects. 3, investigate whether the laid down procurement processes was followed in the award of tenders. 4, recommend appropriate action to be taken against identified breaches and all responsible parties accountable. B, establish the actual cost of personnel emoluments incurred during financial year 22-23 and 23-24 and circumstances, if any, occasioning violation of Section 107 of the Public Finance Management Act and whether public funds were irregularly paid to personnel emoluments. C, with respect to the Agricultural and Rural Inclusive Growth Project, NARIC, investigate on the following. A, whether funds were utilized in a prudent and responsible way. B, beneficiaries and their physical location. C, whether the procurement processes were adhered to. D, with respect to the hire of county machinery and motor vehicles, to as contained in the Project Implementation Committee reports laid on the table of the House on 17th September 2024, established the following. 1, the circumstances leading to the hire of road machinery or motor vehicles. 2, whether the tendering processes were adhered to in accordance with the procurement and other applicable laws. 3, the actual work done and location. 4, the total amount of money paid vis-a-vis the budget allocation. 5, whether there was value for money. And finally, the committee is mandated to report back to the House on the findings and appropriate recommendations. Thank you very much. Maybe I will now give the board members 1 minute each to tell this committee how you found yourself in the Public Service Board of Nandi. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you proceed, let me just interject. I need to give some directions. To the honorable members, we are making 2 questions at a time to be answered. To the members of the service board, strictly restrict yourselves to the question. We have questions to the affirmative that just need a no or yes answer. So strictly restrict yourselves to the question so that we save on time. And maybe before we proceed, I will ask the Vice Chair of the board. I'm not seeing another member. Two, where is the payroll manager and the director, human resource director?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of this committee. We were given invitations as individuals. Personally, I was given an invitation to come. The other board member was also given an individual invitation, plus the secretary. And yesterday, the county secretary told us that he had been invited to come alongside the board members. So as to Mr. Chimor, for example, we didn't know that, personally, I don't know that he had not also been invited. And so the county secretary told me that he has been invited to come alongside with us. Secondly, the payroll...
Maybe before you proceed, the board has a collective responsibility. True or false?
True.
Now, as the vice chair of the board, have you tried to inquire? Because the board cannot be functional without some other members.
So the invitation to come here was given to us individually. And
Madam Vice Chair,
yes,
is Chemwar one of your board members?
yes, he is.
Have you made any inquiries why he's not among the team?
The
Either
county
yes or no?
secretary-
No.
No.
You've not made.
No, I haven't,
Proceed.
because the county secretary...
Proceed.
Thank you very much. The other question is human resource director and the payroll manager. Those are members of the executive. They are not part of the public service board.
Okay, thank you. Proceed and give us a brief on how you got yourselves into the board.
Honorable Chairman, point of order.
No, honorable member, please allow them to first answer my questions before you interject, please. Proceed.
In the year 2019, around June, an advert was run inviting applicants for the vacant positions in the County Public Service Board of Nandi. And I applied, and I was successful, and was appointed on 31st October 2019.
Thank you. I will just direct that you will submit to this committee the relevant documents pertaining to that.
Yes, we shall.
And until your appointment later. Okay. Let us have the other member.
I am Irene Choge, as I had earlier said.
Please use the microphone.
In July 2019, there was an advert for members of the Nandi County Public Service Board, and I applied and I was successful, and I was employed 31st October 2019 to date. Yes, thank you.
Honorable Chair and members, Kiptarbei Mwakoi Ruto. Just like the other members, there was an advert. There was a long list, a short list. We did an interview. We were vetted by this house and appointed on 31st October 2019 for a period of 6 years. Thank you.
So when are your contracts ending?
Next year.
Specific date?
30th October 2025.
Thank you. Proceed.
Okay, I am CS Nancy Jeruto. The board in 2020 advertised for the position of Deputy Director, Legal Services. So I applied, went through the process of interview, and I was appointed. That is in 2020. And in last year, in November, I was appointed to act in the positions of CEO, Nandi County Public Service Board.
Do you have the relevant documents to that effect, the advert and what have you?
If allowed, I will avail.
Okay, thank you. Maybe now I will invite the honorable members so that we proceed with the session ahead of us. Honorable Bet.
Chair, thank you, Chair. And I have a particular question to Nancy. You've talked of appointment to serve in the board. Before that particular appointment, when was your first employment done in this county, and what was your position? And briefly, can you tell us about your qualification?
Okay, maybe I can start from the last one, my qualifications. I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and was admitted to the bar in the year 2017. I am also a certified public secretary, registered with the Institute of Certified Secretaries, and in good standing. I first came to the county government of Nandi way back in 2016 as a casual. Then later, I was given a one-year contract in 2017 as legal assistant, because by then, I had not attained the qualification of an advocate of the High Court, because that I said I qualified, I was admitted to the bar in 2017. So by the time I was given the legal assistant, I had not been given the certificate from the Supreme Court of Admission. I was later appointed, when I completed, after admission to the bar, I became the legal officer. Then I was in the office of by then the County Attorney's Act had not been created, but I was in the legal office. So after that is when the board did an advert for Deputy Director Legal Services. And I applied in 2020 and was successful. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Bit.
Chair, so that we can have a conclusive answer, could she kindly tell us that appointment after casual for 1 year as legal assistant, was there any advert place for you to apply for the two positions, that is legal assistant and legal officer? Was there any advert by the county government to fill the vacancy? Pass one to the law. And if there is, Chair, it should have failed us with the advert, date of shortlisting, date of interview, and date of appointment and placement.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The law allows, if someone is serving under casual, the law allows one to be translated from casual to contract. So at that time, my terms were changed from casual to contract. And the law does not really require that an advert be made.
Chair, what is the procedure of filling a vacancy that arises in any establishment? You mean you were just picked to work without any vacancy? Was there an establishment showing that a vacancy has arisen? Did you just got into the system without any adverts? You found yourself in a system, Madam Nancy. You are a legal practitioner. Yes. Every vacancy, and you serve in the board, which is very critical question to you. You serve in the board. You fill positions as per the vacancies that has arise. Kindly tell us, how did you get into the system? Was it unprocedural?
It was not a procedural, Chair, because I was already serving in that place. I was already serving as a casual. And to be sincere, by that time, there were no legal officers within the county. And my terms were translated not to PNP, but to contract.
Madam Nancy, so that you've been asked by the honorable member that you first started as a casual and then you were given a contract. It is not illegal that you are given a contract. But the honorable member is asking you, according to the law, can you elaborate the procedures when a vacancy arose, the procedures to fill a vacancy? And in that sense, the vacancy that you are given to work under contract.
Yeah, she answers, because it's tied up with her. She's a legal practitioner. Can she refer us to the law on that particular question? That's the specific law that guided her appointment.
Madam Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. If we go to the county human resource manuals, the county human resource manual, it provides for that translation of terms for an officer who has served under casual. Maybe if I'm allowed, I will provide that specific section that does not prohibit the translation of terms from casual to contract, if I'm allowed. Because I would have availed, but now my phone, I left it there.
And Madam Nancy, eh?
Yes.
You know you are under oath. It is either you know the law or you don't know. And to that fact, you are a legal practitioner.
Chair.
So maybe now, because you are unable to answer that question, we shall proceed to the next. Yes, Honorable Mosby.
Chair, with all due respect, Chair, I have an example of a casual, and I'm using a hypothetical name called Chepkinyor in Kaptumo. She was a casual. Then she transited somehow into contract terms. The contract was extended was for 1 year. And then another contract came 3 years. Today, as we speak, she's home because she's told that vacancy was never advertised initially. And Wakili is here today.
Order, honorable members. Wakili and the other member, please pay attention to what you are being asked so that you get to know what the honorable members are asking. Proceed, honorable members.
So my question is, for all purposes of fairness, if Wakili came through such a method, and if people have to be the same to be treated equally, she should not be here. Unless, Chair, she proves that her position was advertised. And I'm asking this with all due respect, with all due fairness to the workers out there who are now home.
Madam Nancy, can you respond to that?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. For that, I don't know how we will treat the law. Will it now apply retrospectively, now that I was competitively recruited in 2020? Because I can imagine if I had retained my position from 2018 to date on the renewal of contracts, I would be among those who are affected. But now, would we assume the advert that was made in 2020?
A question, Chair.
Maybe for clarity, honorable members and Madam Nancy, the issue at hand here is about the 1-year contract that you are given. We are not talking about the advert in the year 2020. We are talking about the 1-year contract that you are given, and now you transited from a casual to contract terms. The honorable members are concerned that if that is the case, and currently we have our employees that were on contracts, if that is the case, and the law is not applied selectively. So the issue, what the honorable members are asking you, to clearly clarify is the 1-year contract. Please proceed.
I think, Honorable Chair, with your permission,
Yes, Honorable Toloni.
would also Nancy confirm that there are workers out there? You know, we are also hearing. Maybe she would first of all confirm whether we have workers out there.
Proceed, Madam Nancy.
Honorable Chair, will I be allowed
No, Madam Vice Chair, you are out of order. The question has not been directed to you.
Honorable Chair, the contract I was given then lapsed. There is no connection between my current position and the contract that I was given in 2018 because it lapsed. And it is not that I'm here out of that contract for 2018.
Madam Nancy, so that we bring that issue to an end, was there a due process that was followed for you to be given that contract? Yes or no?
Yes.
Provide this committee with the details of the said contract. Thank you.
Chair,
Honorable Vice Chair.
A question, Chair.
Yeah.
Point, could the witness probably clarify a little bit? Is she when after 2018, where has she been up to 2020?
Maybe, so that you take the two questions, let us allow Honorable Tarbei.
Yes, Chair. I wanted to ask the acting CEO. The staff who are affected are from 2018, 2019. Means, Chair, it therefore means she belongs to that category because I understand her employment was in 2020. So if the staff who are affected from 2019, 2018 are out there, she should be among them. And Chair, maybe she can also furnish this house. When was she certified as the public, as a certified public secretary? When did she get that certification?
Madam Nancy, proceed.
Honorable Chair, I wish I could
Madam,
be allowed.
Madam Vice Chair, this is a house of rules and procedures.
Thank you, Chair. Now that you've confirmed this is a house of rules and order, kindly allow us not to deliberate on this matter of employees because it is an active matter in court, and we have the documents here that this matter is actively in court on whether the contracts that were given to these employees were legal or not.
We are not talking about the contracts that were given to the employees. We are talking about you.
But there is a member who was referred, like Honorable Member from Kaptumo, talked about what happens to those employees who have been...
And for that, I'm nowhere you are adding. You want to say that this is a matter that might be sub judice. It is not, according to this house, because the issue at hand at the courts, the employees are challenging their dismissal. So that should not be an issue to be discussed here. So the issue that you have been asked by the honorable members and have directed, you've been asked by Honorable Maina from 2018 to 2020, where were you?
Okay, the second contract that I was given was a 3-year one. I was given a 3-year contract. And before that 3-year contract lapsed is when the board did an advert.
Okay, honorable members, maybe on the issue of the contract and the first 1-year contract and the 2nd-year contract, you will provide to this honorable committee the procedures that were used for you to get there. Maybe I will allow the question of Honorable Tarbei, that when were you satisfied as a certified public secretary?
Okay, thank you. I qualified to be a secretary in September last year, 2023, and was issued with a certificate in 2023 December, sorry.
Oh, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Tarbi.
On that question, she was appointed as the acting secretary on 23rd November, and she got certification in December. So how was she qualified to be the secretary to the Nandi County Service Board, yet she was not a certified public secretary by then? Can she explain that scenario? Because
okay.
Madam Nancy.
Okay, thank you, Chair. In my November 2023 letter, it talks about assignment of duty. Because already I was awaiting my certification, I could not be appointed to act. I was assigned duties of the secretary, which is allowed by law. That if a person does not have all the requisite qualifications for that position, then you are assigned duties. You cannot, Chair, that there is a difference between my letter of 2023, which is an assignment of duty, and 2024, which is appointment on acting capacity.
So what is the qualification to be a county secretary?
Sorry, Chair, I am not the county secretary.
The CEO of this board.
The CEO of the board, what is the qualification?
The qualifications are that one should be a certified public secretary in good standing.
How can you be assigned to a role which you don't qualify, even if it's an acting capacity?
The law allows.
Which law?
The County Human Resource Manual. You will also allow me to avail after this. There are two parts in assignment of duty. Section 64 of the County Governments Act talks about acting positions. Then the County Human Resource Manual says that if the person does not meet all the requisite qualifications, they can be assigned duties, or they can be assigned to perform the duties of a given position. That is why the two letters, one is for assignment of duty, and after attaining the qualifications, I was appointed to act. If allowed, I will avail that section of the law.
Now allow me to ask.
Yes, please.
I apply for an interview in the county government of Nandi. I have not yet graduated. I don't have my degree. Are you able to assign me a duty as I await maybe my graduation? As the CEO?
Through the chair, acting appointments or assignment of duty is given to an already serving officer. So if the honorable member was to come for an interview, we will look at the qualifications that were set. But this one, acting appointments and assignment of duty, is for an already existing officer.
Chair, something to do with the law, Chair, that I want to inform the members of the Public Service Board on the Employment Act, Chair, of 2007, and which actually, let me read. Employment Act of 2007, Section 5. Section 5 on discrimination in employment. An employer shall promote equal opportunity in employment and strive to eliminate discrimination in any employment policy or practices. Section 3P says, no employer shall discriminate directly or indirectly against an employee or prospective employer. And then 3B says, in respect of recruitment, training, which I'm particular to this, 3P, subsection 3P, in respect of recruitment, training, promotion, terms and conditions of employment, termination of employment, or other matters arising out of the employment. Nancy, looking at your entry to the organization called Nandi County, do you think your entry was in compliance with Employment Act of 207, Section 5, 3A and B?
Thank you, Chair. On the issue of discrimination, I don't
Madam
think...
Nancy, you've been asked a question and it is to the affirmative.
No.
Thank you. Proceed.
Can I ask another question, Chair?
Yes, Honorable Tarby.
Yeah, maybe I want to ask the acting CEO to tell us the following person, whether she knows them and how related they are, and if they are employees in the County Public Service Board. One, Janet Chepkemei Keter. Do you know her?
Yes, I do.
Who is she to you?
She's my sister.
Do you know Jacqueline Jepkoskei Keter?
Yes.
Who is she?
My sister.
Do you know Wesley Kimutai?
Yes.
Who is he?
My brother.
Where are all these working in?
They are not working in the county government of Nandi. I know that was a social media thing meant to ridicule me, meant to injure my reputation, but I can confirm that they are not employees of the county government of Nandi.
So where, do you know the ID numbers? ID number for Jacqueline Jepkoskei?
Chair, I need your protection.
I
can't
think,
know
honorable
everyone's
members,
ID number.
as she has requested, let me protect her because she might not be privy to the ID numbers of the of the siblings.
Okay.
So maybe if you have another question, and yes,
Chair.
Honorable Keter.
Chair, make me to understand this, Chair. Then what is the difference between those other workers that it was stopped with Nancy? What is the difference? Because from the explanation, he has just explained how he entered into the system. The system also was stopped from 2018, 3 years later. And then the revocation was done. What is the difference?
Honorable Keter, that issue, we had dealt with that issue when she answered on the compliance. So let us just leave that issue. We had dealt with that issue. Maybe now I will go to the Vice Chair.
Honorable Chair, there is an issue.
Yes.
I have looked at the report from PAC, and they indicate that the Vice Chair is acting chair. Can she confirm whether indeed she is acting chair or she is vice chair? Because I see that the report, and she has appended, there's a picture on top in the beginning. Is she a vice chair or acting chair?
Honorable Chair, I am the Vice Chair of the Nandi County Public Service Board, performing the duties currently of the Chair.
So did you approve of this report the way it came? Because as I have said, I have seen that you have a what is it called? I'm unable to find it, but there is a section, the introductory section, where you introduce us to it. Do you agree with it or disapprove? Because it says it puts your name as acting chair.
And I think sometimes it does happen erroneously. It could be just a typo error. But at the moment, I am the Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, you know, I had ruled that let us restrict ourselves to the questions so that we saved on time.
Okay.
And the honorable member is asking you, do you go as per the report of the Public Service Commission? That is the question. It's either yes or no, and we proceed.
He asked me whether I'm the acting chair or vice chair. I am the vice chair of the board.
Please answer the other question regarding the report. It captures you as acting chair, and you have appended your signature in the opening remarks. So do you agree with it, or you disapprove. And while he answers that chairman, she answers that chairman, could she also confirm then whether she has drawn allowances on the acting position, or not? And it's just a matter of confirmation only. Yes or no?
Drawing allowances, yes. The reason is, if a person...
I'm happy with that.
Okay.
You said you are vice chair?
Yes.
But drawing allowances for acting?
For performing the duties of the chair, which is a certain percentage of the basic salary. The only problem is normally the employee is the one who gets disadvantaged. And I think as long as the position has not been filled and you're performing the duties of that other person, then the law allows for you to draw an allowance that is a certain percentage of your salary, basic pay.
Okay.
Chair.
Honorable.
Chair, allow, you interjected me, eh?
Yes, yes.
For the record of this house, because our officers from the public service oath are under oath. I am aware of two Janet Chepkoskei. One is acting as biometric officer and the other one is acting as patient attendant. So that for when this committee retreats, Mr. Chair, we can identify the two. So is the officer Nancy confirming that the two are not related in any way to her, for the record of this house?
You said they are acting as biometric?
One is working as biometric officer and the other one is working as patient attendant.
Biometric officer and patient attendant?
Yeah. There are two Janet Chepkoskei, so you are not related to either of them.
I don't have a sister by the name Janet Chepkoskei. You said Janet Chepkoskei?
Janet Chepkemei.
She is acting as patient attendant.
No, it's Jacqueline Chepkoskei, not Janet.
As patient attendant.
One is biometric officer and
Who
one
is biometric, kindly chair, through the chair?
Both are Jacqueline Chepkoskei. So you are not related to either of the two. You said you have a sister called Janet.
I confirmed when you introduced my family members. Yeah. That is the exact line of my family members.
Yeah, we have.
And I confirmed they are my family members.
Yeah, you confirm.
But I confirmed that they don't work.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Honorable Chair,
okay.
Just so that we move from, there was a point at which it seems to be the impression that maybe for a casual to come into employment, there is actually no need for a process. I would like the Vice Chair to confirm, just yes or no, that even a casual requires a process to come in to government, even if it is for a day. Is it true or false?
Casual in what aspect? Because I think even the departments do from time to time employ casuals to perform a specific function and are discharged at that time. And it doesn't come through the board.
I just asked whether there is that requires a process. Is it true or false?
Employed as a casual?
To be, yes.
It depends on the entity that is doing the recruitment at that moment.
So, Madam
but for
Chair,
anybody
Madam
to enter public service, there has to be a process.
Honorable, proceed, please. And I will give honorable members to proceed with their
Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you. I have two questions to the board. If given on a scale of 1 to 10 to rate your service as a board, the scale of 1 to 10, what do you give?
Sorry, Honorable Chair, I did not get the question.
Okay.
The honorable member is saying, Madam Vice Chair, as a board, if you are told to rate yourself as a board in a scale of 1 to 10, how many marks will you give to yourselves?
Rate ourselves based on
all the functions of the board.
On our functions of the board as stipulated in the
According
Constitution.
to the, yes.
And we were to rate the performance of the Nandi County Public Service Board?
Yes. In a scale of 1 to 10.
10.
You give yourself 10?
Yes.
Thank you. My other question, and this one directs to Madam Nancy. What was your position in the year 2022?
In 2022, I was in charge of legal still.
Were you, who was acting? Were you not acting CS county secretary to the board? Secretary to the board.
I was the acting CEO in 2021 to some time in 2022. I think to May. Yeah, to April 2022.
So
I
was performing the functions
order, honorable members and Madam Nancy, for clarity and for it to be captured well. You've said, and it is unanswered already, you were the acting CEO.
Sorry, I was performing the functions of the CEO between 2021 and around May 2022, when I proceeded on leave and someone else was appointed to act in the same position.
Now, during that year, 2022, there are some extension contract letters that were signed by you. Is it true? Yes or no?
It's true.
Thank you.
Something that you forgot, because this is a house of record. Nandi should have failed to this committee certificate for certified public secretary for the purposes of record and confirmation.
On the same vein, Honorable Chairman.
Maybe honorable members, and let me give directions that Nancy, please submit all your academic credentials to this committee.
Honorable Chair, in the same vein.
Order, honorable member, and I will allow you by 3 today.
That's in a letter.
In the same vein, Honorable Chairman, could we have the original the originals of these letters assigning duties and appointing her as acting CEO? Or they are already supplied? The originals.
I didn't supply the original. I came with copies. But if the committee would need my originals, I will avail them.
I request, Chairman,
okay,
that
honorable members, I have ruled that let her submit by 3 today all the academic credentials and including the originals. You will just bring the originals, but after it has been ascertained, you will go back with it.
It's okay, Chair.
Thank you.
Maybe, yeah, I'm losing track somewhere. So before these other letters assigning her as the acting CEO, was she the CEO before, like Honorable Koko has asked? Because the letters for the governor are only for 2023 and 2024. So where are the letters for the 2022 when she was acting CEO again?
I will still avail them, Chair, because I didn't know they would be needed. But I can still avail, as you've directed that I avail all my documents.
I think that is in order, honorable member. Let us proceed to the next session.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Mosby.
My question to the team before us, that is the Public Service Board. You have Article 47, which provides for fair administrative action because fair administrative action to the people of Kenya. Of course, we're Nandi County, part of the people of Kenya. This provision also provides for expeditious, fair, and lawful treatment in regards to employees. I want to ask through the chair. We are here because of a crisis that is active. Are the people who are out there, the employees who are out there, have they been given fair administrative, are they serving? Are they being treated fairly? Maybe if I get an answer to that, I can proceed to ask one more question.
Maybe Honorable Vice Chair, you can respond to that.
Honorable Chair and members of this committee, acknowledging and appreciating the summons issued to us and all the matters that are before us, in recognizing that this is a house of guided by the Constitution, a house of law, and all that, we are mindful of the sub judice rule, and as much as we would have wished to discuss all the matters pertaining the issues that are before a court of law, actively we have been taken to court concerning that same matter.
Point of order,
I'd like to
Chair.
say that...
Chair, point of order.
What is the point of order?
Yes, is it in order for acting CEO to mislead this House, Chair, while we know not everyone went to the court? We are only talking of those ones that they did not go for court. Because we know we have two types of teams. 599 only proceeded to the court. What of the rest? We are only talking on those ones that they did not go to court and they are still asking for justice. So that is a blanket statement, Chair. Protect us.
Thank you, Chair. It is a substance in the courts, and we can give you the court case. It is a substance in the courts, and as a board, we have been sued.
No, Honorable Madam Chair, yeah? You know, when you explain yourselves further, that is where things get out of hand. You've just been asked a simple question according to the article that have just been read on fair administrative. The answer should be yes or no, and we proceed, please. The more you want to go into the deeper, that is now, it will open that area of you discussing the issue.
Okay.
And I have ruled that that issue does not apply here because it is in the public domain that not all the workers went to the court.
The substance of the matter is in the court, and we wouldn't wish us a board to really go against it.
Then the question, Chair, in short, the Chair is trying to say they shouldn't have come. They shouldn't have come. If she's trying to run away from a matter, I know there are meetings now going on, Chair, about your actions. Are all those meetings then not discussing this matter? I wanted to ask about your expeditiousness, because people are dying, Chair. And the chair here is claiming that we are discussing matters that are in court.
With all due respect, Honorable Chair, as a board, we would, because we're already in court over this matter, we wouldn't wish to discuss anything that is sub judice. Your own standing orders talk of the same.
Okay. I think the Vice Chair, you just, you know, if you can give an answer to the affirmative, the issue is done with. Do you feel that the crisis at hand, was there any fair administrative action? Let me pose the question to you as the chair, yes or no, and we proceed.
The board always acts in fairness.
Honorable members, let us proceed.
So what is our answer, Honorable Chair?
I think I'm concluding that she doesn't want to answer. So let us proceed.
Okay.
Maybe,
Yes.
Chair, can you allow me to ask a question?
Yes.
Who is the secretary to the board? Who takes the minutes? Whenever a board holds a meeting, who takes the minutes of the board?
The CEO.
Do the board have reports?
Yes.
I am particularly concerned about the Kaimosi reports here. Were there any reports to that effect, and where are the reports, and why were those reports not submitted maybe to this Honorable House? And if the same board can submit for the reports from Kaimosi to this ad hoc committee.
Honorable Chair, I have said, in fact, we were asked, we have supplied all the reports that were required in our appearance today, and we have supplied. But the matter of Kaimosi, by the way, is also actively, and allow me, Chair, to just mention what is before the court. And one, that is the ongoing case in Eldoret, ELR E02-2024. The following matters have been raised against the board in that matter: the legality of the Nandi County Public Service Board's decision to revoke the appointment letters allegedly taken in contravention of the natural justice in violation of the Fair Administration Act, the alleged arbitrary and unlawful nature of the revocation process, which is said to be in breach of the constitutional standards and procedures fairness. Number 3, the argument that the original appointments were lawfully conducted following proper procedures, policies, and laws governing employment within the county government. Number 4, the contested involvement of the Public Service Commission, which as a non-auditing body is seen to interfere with the county government's independence. And number 5, the implications of the Kaimosi verification exercise carried out by the county government, whose legality is also in question. It is in light of all this, Honorable Chair, and respectively, we seek your guidance in this, because we have been taken to court as the Public Service Board of Nandi, and all the matters are before the court, and it would be subjudicious for us.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Minor.
In as much as you've already ruled, I wonder why the witness keeps on insisting. But anyhow, maybe we could just ask them some direct questions. We are aware about these issues.
Yes.
What you are talking about. Did you undertake an exercise in Kaimosi?
Honorable Chair, we have verified and have supplied what we were. We verified and we have supplied the report when we were requested.
Madam Vice Chair.
Yes.
In my opening remarks, I directed that please restrict yourselves to what you are being asked.
Okay.
You've been asked by the Honorable Minor that, did you undertake an exercise in Kaimosi? The question is, was there an exercise or no? We proceed. Was there any exercise you undertook in Kaimosi?
We did a verification exercise.
So the question is yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
What were the results? Just give us a summary.
And it was our own internal mechanism. And the whole subject is in court, as we are saying. The
Honorable
whole matter,
members.
if that substance is in court, and we wouldn't like to subject the board, already the matter is in court.
Honorable Chair, we know very well that we are not even discussing the merits or demerits of what you did. As you might have already seen, Honorable Chairman, even in the question of assignment of some of these hyperbole that we've been taken through by the CEO, we've kept quiet. We didn't talk about the merit or demerit. So we know where the sub judice, what it means. We are not discussing the merit or demerit witness. Just give us the summary of the results. Whatever you did in Kaimosi. Like, for instance, how long did it take?
We have provided to this house what
Tell
is
us.
required.
Tell us now, you are on oath. We know what you supplied. How long did that exercise take?
I'd have to confirm how long it took us, because we took.
Okay.
Chair,
Yes,
Chair, I know you
let
are
us
about
proceed, please.
to conclude. I still want to find out whether Nancy at any given point acted as a CS.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I have never been a county secretary. I know what led to the confusion is by virtue that my title is CS. CS is a certified secretary. It is not county secretary.
Honorable
So
Chair.
I have never been a county secretary before.
Still, Chair,
Chair, it is like a CPA. Someone calls themselves CPA somebody.
Okay,
So it is
okay,
CS.
okay.
Chair.
Order, honorable members, please, And order, please consult in low tones, please. The Vice Chair and the board. Is the board accountable to this house?
Yes, as an oversight.
So, where does the matter of sub judice applies, and the board must be answerable and accountable to this house. And for your information, the powers of this honorable house are equated to that of the High Court. Is it true or false?
Yes, it is.
I've asked you a
treated
question.
as.
Is it true or false?
It is, and yet when it comes to sub judice.
Thank you, Honorable.
Chair, allow
Vice
me
Chair.
to ask a question.
Yes, Honorable Tarbey.
To the Vice Chair. The Vice Chair, when was this matter taken to court? The matter you are saying it is active in court.
This case.
Okay, for your consumption.
Allow, Chair, please, please allow me, Chair,
okay.
because I lose my thought of when was the matter taken to court?
Honorable Chair, 24th day of September 2024.
Yes, and when did you advertise the positions for the Department of Health? Did the board advertise any vacancies?
Yes, we have advertised.
When was they advertised?
We advertised last week on Friday.
So were you not contravening a matter that was in court by advertising? Because if the matter is in court, how then do you go ahead and advertise the same position? Is that not sub judice?
Chair, Honorable Chair, let me just clarify one thing. The matter that is in court is in relation to revocation of letters that we did.
Did it affect the staff in the health department?
It affected across board, But that does not stop the board from exercising its mandate, as it were.
Thank you.
Which in this case, and I will say this, that in fact, among the people who are outside are health workers, that is true. But the board has not been stopped from exercising its mandate.
Okay.
And therefore, this
honorable members, please, let me, so that we avoid the, I want us to raise that issue, and
so, Honorable Chair, before you raise,
please, honorable members, please let us stand guided. Or
before you raise.
Yeah, because if the board who dismissed the doctors have gone ahead and advertised positions, and then they want to tell this house, which is mandated to do oversight, that they cannot do an oversight, when themselves are violating the same court ruling by advertised position, why wouldn't they wait first, yeah? Because, you know, these are double standards. Because the board is in, they have taken, the matter is in court, that they dismiss the people irregularly. The matter is active in court, and they are going ahead with the advertisement and all the shenanigans, and then they can come to this honorable house where we are doing our oversight, and they are telling us we cannot talk about these matters. So, comparing talking about the matters and going ahead and violating the court rulings by advertising the positions, Chair, Vice Chair, please take this honorable out with the seriousness it deserves. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair.
Yes, Chair.
I want to read you Article 195 of the Constitution of Kenya. County Assembly power to summon witnesses. 95(1). A county assembly or any of its committees has power to summon any person to appear before it for the purpose of giving evidence or providing information. 2. For the purpose of Clause 1, an assembly has the same powers as the High Court. 2.1. Enforce the attendance of witnesses and examine them on oath, affirmation, or otherwise. Compel the production of documents. And finally, issue a commission on request to examine witnesses approved. So, Honorable Vice Chair, if this assembly has the powers of even issuing a commission to examine witnesses abroad, is there any order prohibiting this Honorable House from discussing the matters that you have laid? Is there any order?
Honorable Chair.
I've asked a question. Is there any order?
Your own standing order, number 88(1).
I'm saying this is the supreme is the law is the supreme law. Yes. The Constitution is the supreme law. So I've asked you a question. Is there any order prohibiting this House from discharging its mandate? Is there any order?
No.
No, thank you. So maybe I will take you back to Article 185 of the same Constitution. Legislative authority of the county assemblies. Legislative authority of a county assembly is vested and exercised by its county assembly. A county assembly may make any laws that are necessary for or incidental to the effective performance of the functions and exercise of powers of the county government under the 4th schedule. So, Honorable Chair and the board, the issue of the sub judice does not apply to this House as per now. So maybe we shall proceed with the interrogations by the
Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Bett.
Honorable Chair, I'm not Bet but Kogo. Thank you. Allow me to ask the board, what is the criteria or terms of one to be promoted from one job group to the other one.
Chair, so we go ahead and handle that, but I just wanted to mention that even if a jurisdiction has the same
Kindly,
status.
Chair, I thought we under second question, you've ruled out on the first question.
Honorable Vice Chair.
Yes.
Answer on the question that has been asked by the honorable member.
Promotions are done in the county public service from time to time. There are those that are referred to as common cadre promotions. The common cadre promotions depend on the position at the time. And there are others that are given subject to several variants. For example, if a department has the same positions in their establishment and have requested the existence of those positions and the vacancies that are available.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. May I now direct this question to Madam Nancy. Kindly tell this ad hoc committee, in the year 2018, what was your job group? Specifically come January. And tell us what was your job group thereafter and when.
Madam Nancy,
For me not to misguide this house, can I avail all those things as the chair directed, kindly?
For you, 2018, through the chair, just a simple question. What was your job group in the year 2018, January?
But 2018 is quite a length of time. I wish I could even refer to my payslip. Now my phone is over there.
Okay, number 2.
We can assist you. I see through the chair. Can the ICT project?
So tell us between 2018, January, February, and up to date. What is your position right now? To the chair.
Chair, for
a payslip is a personal document.
Thank you, Chair.
We cannot air it.
So through the vice chair,
Yeah, but
what is our current job group?
So it is the job group that she can give us the job group.
Job group P.
Yes.
Which I was given in 2020, and to date, I have never moved a single
Now,
job group.
my question is, kindly avail this house through the vice chair. What was your job group 2018 between January and February? And kindly tell us the reason as to why one is promoted within a period of not even 1 month. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair.
Okay. You know the pay slips
Point
that
of
were
order,
out
Honorable
there.
Chairman.
Okay, let us put this out.
Honorable
this
Chair.
in order.
Honorable Chair, point
Okay.
of order. Maybe since we are engaging the witness and she feels that the evidence that might be adduced is of a private nature, Honorable Chairman, I think this house is at liberty to go into camera and so that whatever details we are going to discuss are not necessarily going to be shared with anyone in the public domain, but they must be shared with this committee. So even if we were to break into a camera session, Honorable Chairman, for a few minutes, just to look at these documents so that they can form part of the record of this committee, Honorable Chairman, I request that this evidence must be brought. It must be brought to this committee, and the witness is here today to affirm. Probably maybe the documents we have do not belong to her. And maybe those are not our pay slips.
Through the Vice Chair, my final question to
Chair.
My final Honorable Chair.
Yes.
May I wind up this way? In recent dates, Honorable Chair, Madam Elseba was in Senate. Were you there recently, Senate committee?
Yes.
You introduced yourself as chair. Is it true? Yes or no?
Oh, yes, because I was representing the chair of the board.
As a chair or a vice chair or acting?
I was representing the position of the chair of the board.
I'm just asking through the chair a simple question. You introduce yourself as chair.
I think, Honorable Member, please, she has answered that she introduced herself as the chair. So let us proceed, please. Honorable, maybe on the issue of pay slips, maybe I can put it this way.
Chair, there is a very important report before you rule on that. It has to come up clearly, Chair, that we are not interested so much in someone's payslip. What we are just interested is how can someone move within a lifespan of 3 years to almost four job groups, while we know in this county we have people that have worked for many years and yet they are still stagnating in job, the same, no promotion, no job group. So in this case, Chair, it has to come very clear that we are not interested with someone's payslip, but how someone's moved from one job group to the other one. That is what we wanted to get. And even, in fact, Chair can assist us. How many times have they promote people here in county government? Because we know that one we can use those testimonies somewhere else, but not even displaying it here. So I wanted to hear from the chair, how long does someone stay in one job group to the other?
Chair.
Chair, may I?
Chair, before Madam Wakili answers those questions, kindly you will rule because Madam Nancy, your promotion is questionable. Moving from 2018, a span of 1 year, you are promoted same job groups from KN, and as we talk now, you are in job group B. So kindly, we need to serve other workers or staff in our county the same justice, because you have been promoted, because you are working in the same, you can cook or do whatever you do because you are in the board. So kindly, Chair, rule on that.
Chair, may I just answer something because I have been asked? And just for the record, because this is a house of records, Nancy was not promoted by the board. In the year 2019, when we came in, we wanted to do structural adjustments within the board because the board is an independent body. So what we did was to create 3 directorates to assist in the secretariat. The 3 directorates that we created was 1, the Directorate of Human Resources, the Directorate of Legal and Compliance, and the Directorate of Administration. And we advertised those positions for any suitable or qualified persons within the Nandi County Public Service, because we did an internal one. We did not want to do an external one. And so what the board did was we did not want this situation where you are going to the executive to ask for staff, etc. Because what we wanted to do was to create a public service secretariat that would be answerable to the County Public Service Board. And so we did advertisements, and several people came. I remember there were several people that had even come from the legal department in the executive. And what we did was, those positions that we advertised, we gave the conditions for those positions. Nancy was among those people that was recruited. For us, it did not matter what contracts they were, so long as they made the minimum qualifications of what we required at that time. And we have those adverts, they're available within the board. We did interviews and she qualified. And I think for that record, all the members of the Secretariat within the County Public Service Board are not necessarily members of the executive unless they are asked to transfer. And that transfer would be just like any other.
So maybe.
Chair, as you finalize, I just want to read something in our constitution, the Leadership and Integrity Act, Article 73, Chair, subsection 2B, on Leadership and Integrity Act. This board here, P says, objectivity and impartiality in decision making, and in ensuring that the decisions are not influenced by nepotism, favorism, and other improper motives of corruption practices. Chair, based on their submission on the subject matter, Chair, I think you just rule and we move on. I just wanted to inform on the repercussions of breach of the law on matters of leadership and integrity. Thank you, Chair.
May I ask, Chair?
Okay, honorable members, there were some concerns that were raised by Honorable Keter and it has not been addressed. And the issue was to the Madam Nancy. And let me restrict the question. How many job groups have you moved so far?
Since I was appointed by the board in 2020, I have never moved a single job group. I'm still in the job group that was advertised, and I have never moved.
Thank you. So, honorable members, on that, let us proceed to the next item, and maybe I will.
Honorable Vice Chair,
As an
Honorable
item,
Chair.
First, honorable member, as an item of compliance, you submitted the public service report to this honorable committee. Now, Madam Vice Chair, the report is not complete. The attachments are not there, the appendixes. So, why? Compliance. We had requested the report from the Public Service Commission, but the report that you submitted is not complete because the report itself shows that there are some attachments that are not there.
Oh, I'm sorry for that. The appendices, it's actually bulky. And at the time that we were submitting this, we did not have electricity in our office and we were not able to photocopy, but we can supply them.
Chair, on that point, what criteria did you use to select that maybe you supply the half and the other one stay? Because if you don't have power, it was later, you have one which is full and the other one is not there. So if you give us a half and blame the power, which criteria did you use that you are submitting this one, this other part is not being submitted?
We submitted the report. It's only the appendices that are missing.
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
I have a different question, but on this question of the appendices, can they be availed now?
Yes, we would have to go back.
No,
because they're bulky.
Through the guidance of the chair, you can just order our officers to go and collect these appendices while the witnesses are here.
Chair, allow me to make
members.
this comment over the same, because I thought we were among those people who received and we knew that the report was not that voluminous. I thought it was only a matter of availing a copy to this house. Chair.
Honorable Chair, the report is that which we supplied, but the appendices are actually 3 voluminous items.
Honorable Chair, that's fair enough so that we can make progress.
Okay.
Take an order to be brought.
Maybe, right, Madam Chair, are you aware of a reminder that was made by this honorable committee? Are you aware of that reminder?
Reminder?
On the same issue?
No.
There was a reminder that was made on the issue of you not supplying the full information.
Through the chair, you know, initially we had submitted our documents via email. Then in the reminder, it told us to attach the documents because we had sent the write-up.
So you are aware of a reminder?
Yes.
About the same issue?
It was not about the appendices. It was about all the attachments. So we already attached in the report and brought it. I think you have.
But the report is not complete.
It is only the appendices, Chair, which we can avail.
And there was a reminder to that effect?
To bring the appendices?
Yeah,
No.
the report is not complete. Do you agree with me that the report that you submitted to this Honorable House and to the committee is not complete?
Honorable Chair, so that I'm sorry that we have not submitted the appendices. It's only the appendices that are missing. Otherwise, the whole report
So when
is given.
the appendixes are missing, in simple terms, the report is not complete.
We shall supply. Allow
you
us
agree
to
with
supply.
that?
Yes.
Okay.
Allow us to supply.
Honorable Chair.
Let us proceed.
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
It's my humble request. Can these appendices be availed right now?
Chair.
Maybe I was indulging them to do some consultation so that they can give us a
Yes, they can be availed. I think somebody can just go for them.
Okay, maybe I will communicate that to the Sergeant at Arms. As we wait the Sergeant at Arms, let us proceed, please.
Yes.
Honorable Sum.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My question, I have 2 questions. One is that I want to know who wrote revocation letters for those employees who were dismissed. Secondly, Chair, because of the outcome of the exercise that was done by the Public Service Commission that led to dismissal of the so-called cost employees. Let me ask the board, who should take the greatest responsibility, and why is it that nobody has even resigned because of that mess?
Honorable Vice Chair.
You know, he has asked about the decision of the board. The decision of the board to do whatever we did, whatever the board did, was guided by the law. And the board takes responsibility. That is why the matter is in court, that the board has been presented there as being the person accused or...
Okay, honorable members, and maybe...
Yes, so that Chair...
I wanted first the Vice Chair to answer on the question raised by Honorable Soom. Okay. And for clarity, can you come up again?
Okay, I asked 2 questions, Chair. The first one is, who wrote the revocation letters that dismissed several employees? And then secondly, who bears the greatest responsibility because of the outcome as a result of the audit done by the Public Service Commission? And why? I thought somebody should have resigned because of that mess.
I think, Honorable Member,
Chair, will you allow me,
on the
because-
issue of resignation, let me not allow that. Let us just take the 2 questions that who takes the greatest responsibility.
For the decisions of the board takes responsibility for whatever action it takes.
Thank you.
Chair, something very important.
Maybe allow first the 2 questions to be answered. The issue also is about who wrote the revocation letters?
The board.
The board.
Chair, I
Thank
just
you.
wanted to ask
Chair,
in
okay,
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Mosby.
Chair, I wanted to ask a question that is very, very closely to what has just been answered about the independence of the board. How far is the board independent? Just briefly.
Maybe, Honorable Madam Vice Chair, let me allow Irene
And,
Mogoy to answer to those
Chair,
questions.
Chair.
So that we don't look biased.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable
I also want to seek your protection, Chair, in the manner in which the Chair is treating this team. Before she answers questions, she exhibits what we call a wry kind of smile to belittle, because you don't look at me and smile in a very condescending manner. Chair, you should protect us from that, because...
Chair.
Okay, I think, Vice Chair, you've heard the concerns of the Honorable Member. Please correct on that.
I am really so sorry. That is my personality. I'm so sorry. I don't intend to.
Okay. Now, let me allow the 2 other members, because since you came to the floor of this House, you've not spoken.
Point of order,
And maybe, Honorable Members, let us allow the questions first to be dealt with, please. Honorable Mogoy.
Yes.
The
Chair.
question that has been put to you.
Yes, I got it.
Yes, can you answer the question?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members. The member has asked a question about the independence of the board. The County Government Act, Section 57, establishes the County Public Service Board. And in our workings, we have been independent and as a unit of government. Just like the county assembly, we also do receive reports from county executive.
Mogoy, let me just guide you.
Yes.
The question is very specific. How far is the board independent? Is it fully independent, partially independent, or it is not independent?
It is independent to the extent of the law.
Okay, thank you.
Then,
Madam Irene.
Yes, Chair,
Yes.
because I was following a line of question. How is it then, do you take instructions from His Excellency the Governor? And just to follow up on that, I look at the correspondence.
I think, Honorable Member, please let us not discuss His Excellency the Governor. Maybe reframe your questions if they take instructions outside the board.
Yes, because I look at Nancy's appointment letter. It is signed by one Stephen Sang, Governor Nandi. Both appointments.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The board works with and for the county government of Nandi on matters human resource management. And the correspondences we get is through the county secretary. That is one. The appointing authority for the chief officers, the public service board members, and the secretary to the public service board is done by His Excellency the Governor, and that is provided by the law.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Chair, so that
maybe so that I allow Honorable Keter. We've not heard about Madam Irene on the independence of the board.
The board is independent as per the law.
Okay, Honorable Keter.
Thank you, Chair. You see, now we have to get two things clear, Chair, so that everyone else is protected in terms of board. Can the board supply us with a minute that shows they agreed anonymously to dismiss or to send those people home, so that some unanswered question can be answered? Because the way it looks like now, only one person is being blamed for the said. Maybe so the best way that it can enable us to see the independence of the board, it is to avail the minutes that they sat at a certain date and agree that this action must be taken. Because what it is there in social media and what it is being propagated around, it seems it is one person collectivity. So for one, Chair, I hope you will consider that one. Secondly, Chair, is that now that we have known Nancy was sent to public service board on matters to do with legislation, and the same legal matters arose from the same board, that they do things that it is not within within the advisory, within the law. What do you have to say? Because from the look of things, you are seconded to the board so that you can assist them in legal matters. The same where you were sent, we have found that there was a lot of illegality, acquiring letters in a way that it could not. You as a person, how do you feel now? And here again, you are in the same boat where the recruitment is being done, and you see, what do you have to say there?
Thank you, Honorable. Maybe so that you will answer both questions. Honorable members, let us allow the question by Honorable Keter and maybe Honorable Tololei to ask the question. Then we allow the two questions to be answered. Then I will allow Honorable Bates, the two Bates, to proceed and answer and ask their questions.
Thank you, Honorable. Are you giving me the?
Yeah, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. May I allow me to pose a question to the Secretary, Madam Vice Chair? I want to believe that what prompted you to maybe dismiss people from work was the rate at which we are in terms of the wage bill. Now, you come in again and advertise the positions in the Department of Health, even before the ruling from the court. Does it not have any impact on the wage bill? Number two, I want to know from the Vice Chair, are the positions in the health sector advertised external or internal? Then I'll continue from there. Thank you so much.
Maybe I will allow, you will take both questions from Honorable Tolole and Honorable Keter. Proceed, Madam Chair.
Let me start with the one for Honorable Tolole, Chair. The advertisements that the County Public Service Board ran are independent in the sense that departments, you know, departments will give their needs as at the time when they see there are gaps. Our decision to do whatever exercise that is now the subject in court had nothing to do with influence from anybody, including even the wage bill, etc. It is not that way. Because it was the decision of the board, and we take the responsibility as the board for whatever actions we did. And we will allow the court process to go on. And once it is determined, I am very sure that all of us will be vindicated.
So, may I also know, how far are we in terms of wage bill?
At the moment, we are told that the wage bill is at 42%. That is what we hear. We do not have that, because that is a matter that is for the executive, not the County Public Service Board.
So as you hear that we are at 42, maybe normally we are supposed to be at 35. The ballooning wage bill is as a result of your employments. Under your close watch, Madam Chair, you rated yourself here at 10 out of 10. Yeah. Are you sure of your ratings? We are here as Nandi County. We are not joking, Madam Chair. We are here at this position as a result of your reckless employments in your department. Thank you so much.
Okay. Honorable Keter. I want to proceed with another question through the chair.
I think the questions, maybe, hold on. Maybe the questions by Honorable Tolole have been answered, but the issues raised by Honorable Keter has not been responded to. Irene, can you respond to the issues raised by Honorable Keter?
The issue raised by Honorable Keter through the chair is whether Nancy is seconded. Am I right? I think, and we've already explained that Nancy came to the Nandi County Public Service Board through an advertisement. So Nancy is not seconded from the executive. Nancy works at the Nandi County Public Service Board.
Okay, maybe I will. Honorable Keter, are you satisfied with the answer? Or maybe...
No, from the presentation, Nancy say you were just seconded. I think you had presentation to, and even up to today, on legal matters to the board, to advise on legal matters in that board before you become appointed.
Through the chair, allow me to still explain that.
Okay, honorable members, so that we bring that issue to an end. From the early explanation from the vice chair, she said that they created 3 directorates, and that is where Nancy found herself to the board. So I think that one, let us just rest that matter at that, so that I will allow honorable the 2 bits, and then finally the vice chair. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. One thing that, Chair, I want to inform the officers that are before this committee today, that this is not a session of question-answer. It is a conversation that must change how we do things in Nandi County. It's a conversation that should inform the governance and the leadership of this county on the way forward to correct the messes. And I would ask you, Chair, to inform these members that as they respond, let them know that it's not a session of question-answer. The answers you give should be justifiable and should be informing this House on the way forward. My basic question to you, as a collective responsibility of the board, before any decision of the board is made, are there resolutions of the board? And if there are resolutions of the board on any decision that you are supposed to make, could you please confirm and avail to this House? 2, we are in this mess as a county. The mess that has ever for the first time affected even the health sector, which is a critical sector. Because of the wage bill. You are supposed to advise the leadership of this county on matters wage bill and employment. At what level did you realize that the wage bill is ballooning? At what level? And what are the measures that you put in place to ensure proper recruitment procedure is followed? The reason as to why a number of members have asked the independence of your board is that you've not informed this House who initiates the employment process, who initiates the employment procedure. What does the board do whenever a vacancy arises, and who initiates the process? And to the board, where you sit today, and when I hear you talk of litigation in the court, matters sub judice, and you are the same people who caused the mess that has gotten into court, and you comfortably want to justify the irregularities, the illegalities that you took an oath to protect. On hanging around the sub judice. What did the board do? Is there a solution? Who initiates employment when a vacancy arises? Could you kindly answer those questions? Because we cannot allow you give us stories on a matter that is of much more importance to this country and the public. Some of the employees got into messes because of the way you carry yourselves, the way you do things in your department. There is no professionalism, adherence to the rule of law. Chair, if they are able to give us answers on this, the issue of public wage bill will be put to rest.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member. I want to direct that Irene answers the question that has been raised.
Okay, the question raised is several questions in one. Number one, he has asked about the recruitment process, Chair. the recruitment process begins from the department level to the county secretary to the public service board. And as we said, the law stipulates that we recruit for the county, for the county. The next question was on wage bill and the measures that that we've taken as a board to address the
Chair,
issue.
please. The answers.
Maybe
Chair, I said the answers should be justifiable. Why? He's saying they are recruiting as a board. Let them clearly tell this committee. As you recruit, do you see the adherences and the compliance of the law before recruitment? Whether the department has initiated the process or not, do you look at the compliance and the adherence to the law on recruitment?
Yes, we do. Before we do any recruitment process, Chair, we also request that we have evidence of availability of funds. We write a letter to the executive, to the department through the county secretary, requesting them to confirm whether there is availability of funds for the same recruitment process. Yes.
Now, the member was asking, at what level did you realize the issue of the wage bill? At what level? Now that you've confirmed that you first make request to check on the availability of funds, no, at what level?
It's not being answered here. On this recruitment they have carried out, Chair, let me ask you, what is the name?
Irene.
Do you feel there has been compliance of the law in your day-to-day responsibilities to employ? Do you feel there is a compliance of the law?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, now, yeah, and on the other question of at what level? Same question to Irene.
On the issue of wage bill, the Department of Finance, of course, advises on the wage bill. And as I said, we must request as Nandi County Public Service Board before we do a recruitment, the availability of funds.
Chair,
Because
please.
The department.
Chair, were you then advised by Finance Department on matters wage bill? Were you advised?
Irene.
The wage bill is not within the purview of the Nandi of the board. But,
Chair, she has said they receive advice from Finance Department on the percentage of wage bill. I've asked a very simple question, Irene. Please concentrate.
Maybe, honorable member, please, for guidance, Madam Irene, if you don't have an idea, don't struggle. If you don't have an idea on that, please let us move forward.
Allow me to still try an answer. Is that
you know, Madam Irene, you are on oath.
Yes.
And it is on record that you said you were advised by the Department of Finance. You are on record.
Allow me to explain.
And if you want to know, the time you go into that microphone, it is automatically recorded. So you are on record that you were advised by the Department of Finance. Are there any documentary evidence to prove that?
Chair.
Allow me.
Let us allow her, please.
Chair, please.
No, honorable member, let us allow her first, and then.
You know, the reason as to why I'm asking, Chair, she cannot keep on to say there are evidence and she has not affirmed. I've asked it based on the answer she gave. And she said they are being advised by the finance team on matters wage bill, which ballooned over 2 years. Were you at any point advised on the extent of wage bill? And I just need a yes or no answer. And now that you've said you're being advised, can you tell us, were you advised?
No.
Thank you.
Chair.
Maybe I will give Honorable Bates.
Yes, my question, Honorable Chair, allow me to pose the question to the Vice Chair for the purposes of clarity and records. Did the board issue any formal communication to the staff who were removed from the payroll? If yes,
the question has not been answered, Chair. Resolutions of the board on the decision they make on daily basis. Whether they have those resolutions and if they are available, let them provide to this house because that then informs the decisions of this board. And this will disapprove whether there are any external interferences on matters to do with employment.
Can I?
Mogoi?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The board is a corporate body, and all the resolutions, its meetings and resolutions are communicated by the secretary. So we have resolutions in all our meetings. And if the resolutions affects the executive, then the secretary communicates to the county secretary. We have the resolutions.
So, Honorable,
Chair,
are you answered? And
They have confirmed that they have. Let them fail for the last 2 financial years. The resolutions of the board touching on employment.
Madam Chair, I direct that those resolutions be supplied to this committee together with the minutes to that effect.
And then there was
Honorable
a question
Chair.
asked about payroll.
I have an issue.
The Honorable Member, there is
Chair.
an issue that have been asked directly to the Vice Chair. Let us allow that issue first to be dealt with so that I will give you an opportunity. Honorable
Yes.
Vice Chair.
Yes, there was a question that he asked about people that were put or removed from the payroll.
Yes, Chair, let me put my question very clearly. Did the board issue any formal communication for the staff who were removed from the payroll? Was there any minute of the board for the same revocation? I mean, did you start? If so, submit the minutes for the justification of the revocation. Was there any memo?
In fact, part of what was asked us to supply, I think that was part of the resolutions of the board to make decisions that were affecting this matter that is in
You know,
court.
Honorable Vice Chair, for clarity on that issue, you've just supplied an explanation. You've just supplied an explanation, but you've not given us
the minutes, Honorable Chair.
So I think you will just supply the minutes on that effect.
And the timeline.
So that we can check on it.
Yes, because what was asked was the resolutions of the board. And I wanted to say this, that the payroll is not within the purview of the board. Our decisions as the board, if there are decisions that touch on any department within the county, then we communicate the same. And so, and from time to time, we also give whatever advisory or decision, then they are communicated by the secretary of the board.
Okay, thank you, Honorable. Yes. Are you satisfied? Satisfied?
Honorable Chair, how does the board communicate to the staff? That is another supplementary question. How does the board communicate to the staff?
we have authorized officers to whom the County Public Service Board has delegated some of the responsibilities. And if we have communications to make, then we make our communications through the county secretary or through our authorized officers who are the chief officers.
Thank you. Maybe
Okay.
I will.
Yes, Honorable Chairman, this question regards the other member. I should have raised it earlier on. Can it be someone, because we are dealing with matters of the service board. I have not heard an explanation whether he is indisposed or whatever nature, and whether we are going to give him time to come alone in his own personal capacity. I wish, Chairman, that as we proceed, can it be recorded? Can you rule on that question? Mr. Chemwar, is it? Where is he, and can he be summoned to appear now?
Okay.
Through you, Chair, let me just clarify that.
I did not ask a question to the witness. I asked you, Chair.
Honorable Member, according to our records, we had the letter summons sent to the person in question, and now that he has not turned up for this session, I think that one will be left for the committee to deliberate on that.
Is it true that he at some point acted as the CEO? Or what has he been acting on? What capacity?
No, Mr. Chembor is a board member, just like all of us here.
Okay. Okay, so then I have two other questions, Honorable Chairman, for the Vice Chair to confirm to us how long has she been drawing these others, allowance on top? For how long?
For as long as the position of the chair is vacant, the person who is...
I said how long?
From... Is it 2021, I think. Okay, I think from 2022 when the substantive chair left.
Could you explain to this committee whether under natural circumstances, anybody, probably for some reason, the boss, as it were not in office, that they would begin to draw an allowance without any formal letter or formal undertaking from the employer?
Sorry, maybe you can ask that question
I mean,
again?
if say, now let's take your case. Your chairman left about 3 years ago. And so you just assumed his salary, or probably you started drawing an allowance. Is it okay now that you are a human resource body, so for somebody to begin drawing a salary or some emolument without any formal undertaking by the employer? Is it okay? Is it appropriate?
What do you mean by formal?
Just exactly that. Formal.
Because compensation to employees, compensation to any person that works is given.
Would you agree with me, through the chair, that anybody, any emoluments, and I believe that these are what you enforce. I want to imagine, Honorable Vice Chair, that you are conversant with Article 10 of the Constitution on values, and that you are also conversant with Article 232, and that you could have been sworn in to protect this. Is it appropriate? Would you even begin drawing any emolument yourself without being formally engaged and sworn in? Would you?
compensation given always accompanies whatever responsibilities have been assigned.
So can you assume responsibilities that have not been assigned to you?
No.
Thank you.
Chair.
I'm happy with that. Could Vice Chair also, so that we rest this issue, to the CEO, how do you regard yourself? Are you a public servant or a member of the board?
I am a public servant, but acting in the position of secretary.
That's okay.
Okay.
Are you satisfied? Did you satisfy yourself that there are conditions for somebody to be in the position of secretary to the board?
Yes.
What are the conditions?
One is that of being a certified public secretary.
Can you give us the negative? What is it that is disallowed?
In acting.
No, to be a CEO of the board. What does the law expressly disallow?
Unless you can guide, then I confirm, or because I know for one to be a secretary, it should be a certified one.
I said what I asked through the chair. Please, Chair, let the witness answer the question. What does the law expressly disallow?
Maybe conditions like bankruptcy, of unsound mind, then you will not be able to act. As far as I know, if you are a certified secretary, you can act.
Since you want to be helped, and I'm not a lawyer, I want to say, is it true that the law does not allow a public servant to be part of the board?
You know, Chair, it should be clear that I am acting in the position. And acting appointments can only be done by a person who is a serving officer.
Okay,
serving officer.
Through the chair, having said that, and I know you quoted section 64, and I would like all of you to also tell us whose power that is. Are you conversant with section 64 of the Act?
Yes.
What does it say? What does it talk about?
It talks about the qualifications to act.
Okay. So
and it says no unqualified person shall be appointed to act in a position. And it gives conditions that that acting appointment should not disadvantage any other person who is serving in the public service. And it should not interfere with the expeditious filling of that position.
I'm happy with that. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Vice Chair, the power to appoint people, either substantively or in acting, which body has that power in the county government?
Depending on which positions, there are those positions that are expressly the appointing authority is the governor, and there are those that...
I just asked which body.
So I say depending on the position, like there are those that are for the public service board, and there are those that are done by the governor.
Okay, tell us and point us to the law. Those that are of the governor for acting.
The positions that the governor appoints are the county executive, that is CCMs, chief officers, public service board, and public service board secretary.
Can you confirm to this house that he appoints it with the approval of this house?
For the substantive positions, yes.
Could you draw us to the place for acting? Now that you're in charge of HR,
Section 64 of the County Governments Act that you quoted says that a person shall not be appointed to hold public office in an acting capacity unless the person satisfies all the prescribed qualifications for holding that position in public. Acting appointments shall be made only by the lawful appointing authority for a specified period. And the other things is nothing in this section shall prevent.
Hold on, Chair. Specified period. To Nancy and Vice Chair, was there any specified period for you to act? And if there is in written, could you provide to this House?
I am the Vice Chair of the board. I am not acting Vice Chair. And I was elected the Vice Chair upon the inception of the board legally. The positions to act within the positions, and like in this case, it is said the appointing authority, and I have said who the appointing authority is.
Chair, you've mentioned, what are you acting currently?
I am the Vice Chair performing the duties of the Chair until such time when...
I'm just asking, is there any position on acting capacity that you hold today?
I am performing the duties of the Vice Chair.
I'm just asking a simple question, Chair. Do you have any acting position now? Are you in any acting capacity?
I am performing the duties.
Please, Chair, guide us. I'm asking a very simple question.
Vice Chair, please.
Maybe.
Just answer the question that have been asked.
Do you in any way, in acting capacity of any position? Yes or no? Silence? Chair, just hold on. So you are not in a position to answer, right? You don't understand whether you hold any position in acting
Honorable
capacity.
members, I want to direct that at some point, some issues are left for our consumption, please.
May I finalize, Chairman, because I was on the floor, and since the witness keeps insisting that she's performing the roles of the chair, I wish for you to draw us to the place in the law where the roles of the chair are expressly provided, the ones that you are performing.
Maybe, Chair.
Maybe as they consoled.
Chair, allow just to pick from what the Vice Chair has read. Maybe she can read once more, the closest she read, because I have a question in that line.
On that note.
Why don't you allow me to finish? Okay, sorry.
Maybe.
I actually supplied this to you on the designation. The County Public Service Board, which is established under the Section
Honorable Chair, since we don't have so much time, I just wish for the witness to read for us directly a place where express provisions are made for the chair, and say the chair shall perform the following. If you can read for us that, we will be happy. If there isn't, we will be happy all the same.
There is.
Just read them.
Okay, let me just quote the right one. The chairperson, that is the functions of the chairperson of the Public Service Board. Otherwise,
the section, so that we read also.
It is Section 58 of the County Governments Act, because the chairperson of the board, when it talks of the composition of the board, which comprises of a chair, members, and a secretary, it says that the County Public Service Board shall elect a chairperson, a vice chairperson, and this is provided for.
Please read the functions of the chair. You've been performing these roles. Why don't you tell us? For 3 years.
Two main functions. You see, the board functions as a corporate body.
Where are they in the law?
The functions of the board.
Of the chair.
When the board is appointed as a corporate body, the chair performs one is to chair meetings
through the chair.
To
through the chair. Please guide this witness, Honorable Chair. She has said times without number that she is performing the roles of the chair. Can you give us the roles of the chair in the law, the ones that you have been performing?
To chair board meetings, to set the agenda for the board meeting.
I'm talking about in the law. We are not talking about administrative.
Draw us to the law, Chair. Let her draw us to the law.
Okay, honorable members, I think that
The functions of the board are stipulated
order,
in Section
Order, Vice
58.
Chair. I think that issue should be let to rest.
Yes.
And
Chair.
before you put to rest the honorable chair,
Yes.
the vice chair is lying to this honorable committee. From the first conversation, she said she is withdrawing allowances for the duties of chairperson. And she is disagreeing that she is not acting.
Chair.
Is it able to act?
I think, honorable
Chair.
members, I directed that some issues should be left for our consumption.
Now, Chair,
allow me one question.
This is...
Maybe I will allow Tarbei and
Yes.
then Mosbei, and then we move to the next item, please.
Yeah, it's on the question is directed to the Vice Chair, but in respect to the acting CEO, she has, the Vice Chair has read us the qualification on the acting capacity, which she read and says that a person shall not be appointed to hold a public office in an acting capacity unless the person satisfies the prescribed qualification to hold the public office. So the CEO told us that she was appointed on an acting capacity when she was not yet a satisfied public secretary. What is your take on the same? Vice Chair.
At the time that she was appointed to act, and I have the letter here, the assignment of duties, she was already a certified secretary.
I think for clarity, let
There are two aspects here. There was a
Honorable Vice Chair, let me guide you so that you can just answer the question properly. There was a period around 2021 that has been mentioned that Madam Nancy was acting. Is it true or false?
It's not true. I was assigned the duties. You know, there are two different things, Chair. There is a difference between being assigned duties and the acting appointments. And I have said I will provide clear laws to distinguish the two positions.
Chair.
One is acting, one is assignment of duty.
Members, I wish to direct that we move to the next item, please.
Yes.
Maybe, Chair, before
You are to
we
give me
move-
a chance, Chair.
Before we
I'm
move-
not done.
Before we move, Chair,
Let
we
us allow
confirm
order. Let
the-
us allow Mheshimiwa Tarbei to finish. Then I will allow Mheshimiwa Mosbei.
While at the Vice Chair, how many staff were affected? Those who were removed from the payroll.
Do you mean the staff whose letters we nullified?
Yeah.
$18.99.
1899.
Yes.
What was the mode of communication to them? Now that the letters were revoked, how did you communicate to them?
Through the authorized officers.
How? What was the mode of communication?
We wrote letters,
So there was no memo to them or letters to them.
personal. You know, the revocation of letters, just like the Public Service Board doesn't appoint people using a memo. We write individual letters.
Okay, another question, Chair. As an employing authority, what is the procedure of maybe if someone even has violated the Constitution or maybe the terms of condition of service, what is the procedure for termination of employment? How do you terminate a person maybe from working? What is the stipulated procedure for termination?
Tamogo can answer that.
You are the Vice Chair. I directed the question to
Okay,
Vice Chair.
fine. So terminating or exiting somebody from service is stipulated in Section 75 of the County Governments Act.
The procedure.
Of exiting somebody from the
Yeah.
service?
Yeah.
whether it is by retirement or through a disciplinary process or any other aspects. And I do not understand, probably maybe you can tell me what exactly you mean by terminating a person.
Assume it is a disciplinary process, for example. What is the procedure?
The disciplinary process. There is a whole procedure of the disciplinary process is started by the department. And once the decision has been given, then it is passed to the Public Service Board for appropriate action.
So the one you used, which one did you use as a board?
We did not terminate. We used Section 75 of the County Governments Act, which says if it comes to the attention of the board that an irregularity has occurred, then the board will do the following, which is revoke the decision or direct the concerned head of department or the lawful authority to commence the process afresh, or take any other action, including disciplinary action. But what I wanted, Chairman, is please do not allow us, the board, to go into the matter that is already, the substance of the matter that is already in court.
Yeah, now that he has deviated, allow me to ask one final one from the CEO. There is an officer who was affected. I think she's among the 18. You're saying it is 18? 1899. There is an officer working as the Human Resource Development Officer 1. That is Keter Chepkoskei Jacqueline, and was currently acting the administrator at Nandi Hospital. ID number 33689328. Is that the same sister you talked about?
But she's not an employee.
Is it the same one?
No.
Okay, through the chair.
Proceed.
Yeah. Okay, my question goes to the Vice Chair, to the board. So, is this the same board which sat in Kaimosi, verified the document, they came back, they sat down, issue appointment letters, and then in a span of less than a year, they went back again, they sat down and issue letters, revocational letters. Is it the same board?
Without
that question, Honorable Vice, I want to give guidance. Answer to the affirmative, either yes or no.
it is the same board that verified staff.
No. Answer to the affirmative. Yes. Is it the same board
that did the exercise of verification in Kaimosi and nullified letters?
By the Vice Chair, is it the same board?
This board has been in office since 2019. Yes.
Thank you. Honorable Mosby.
Yes, my question is about the senior officials of this government, some of them CEOs, on leave of service. Can you explain to us how that happens? And then finally, although it's a question that Chairman, you had ruled that we put it to rest, but I want to some clarification. And I think Wakili alluded to the fact that while acting in a position, one should not prevent expeditious and substantive feeling of the position in which they act. Now, the chair has been in the position of chair for 3 years now. Isn't it that having acted for 3 years, haven't you prevented the expeditious feeling of the position of chair of Public Service Board? So question, what is this leave of service? And how have you been enforcing it? And who are these senior officers who are on leave of service within this government of Nandi? Can you, because you have records, you can provide us.
Let me answer the ones for the
leave,
expeditious.
Sorry, Chair, through the Chair, leave of absence. I think that is the word.
Let me answer with the last one, where if my being the vice chair and performing the duties of the chair would prevent expeditious filling of that vacant position, which has been even advertised twice. And I think this house knows that there was the first time that it was advertised. People were invited for interview. By the way, we don't do it ourselves. It is done by the executive. So,
point of order. Point of order, Honorable Chair. I think you were ruled out on that issue of acting capacity, and she want to explain more after being on silent mode.
No, honorable members, for you to get it right, Honorable Mosby has asked a question that by virtue of being the vice chair, has that hindered the recruitment of the chair? I think that is the question that Honorable Mosby has asked. And that is the question that I will restructure. You, by virtue of being the vice chair, has that hindered the recruitment of the chair?
No, in fact, that process, I'm aware.
Now, you've answered the question. There is this and other item of leave of absence. I would like the Madam Nancy to take us through the relevant laws where that item of leave of absence applies.
And Chair, does it apply in the same organization? Does leave of absence apply when you are working in the same organization?
Before Nancy answers, Irene is a classic example, and so is Mwagoi. We are employees of another body, and we have taken leave of absence.
So, what are the terms for the?
If you take leave of absence, you state for the period that you are out, and you are not paid by that organization, the organization to which the leave you are going. For example, like we are TSC employees, and we have taken leave of absence from there to work in the county.
Sir, does it apply for you to guarantee somebody?
Honorable members, let me give guidance
Chair,
so that she can answer it expeditiously.
She has given.
Does leave of absence apply to the same organization?
Yes. If a position has fallen vacant and a person applies and qualifies for that, takes leave of absence and resumes after the contract is over.
Packing of the law, Chair, packing of the law on that, whether Employment Act, whether PFM Act, whether County Government Act.
Thank you, Chair. If you read the PSC Regulations 2020, I don't have the exact place, but it gives the conditions that the Chair was asking. One, the officer is given a leave of absence of 3 years, and then it's extended for another period of 3 years.
Chair, could you specify those public service regulations, please, for the purposes of consumption of this House?
I left my gadgets just.
Unless you provide.
I will provide it.
Before you leave,
PSC
Chair.
Regulations 2020.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable.
In as much as it's not in my position to guide the witness or even to say anything, I wish that they restrict themselves to the operative act, because he should be aware, unless he's not, that we are the county government, and the PSC refers to the national government, and it does not apply to us. Unless you confirm that we also operate by the PSC Act. Do you confirm?
Chair, in absence of clear legislation from the county government, the PAC regulations takes over. That's why the County Government Act and the Human Resource Manual of 2016 is operational. But from time to time, the governing body gives out the regulations.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy with that. Chairman, but I think there's something that has come up which is very good and it should be clarified. Could the officers tell us? Because I think, you see, the questionable thing is whether these people are in office properly, Chairman. Vice Chair, are you a public servant?
Serving in the Public Service Board?
No, I asked you a question. Are you a public servant? Or rather, are you employed by another organization?
No.
Did you say you are, what did you say? So are you employed or not?
No.
Did I hear you mentioning TSC?
At some point, I said at some point, for example, at some point I was an employee and I took leave of absence to come and work in the county at that time.
So are you working with TSC or not?
No, right now I'm retired.
Okay. Next person.
I got leave of absence from PSC.
So you are a TSC employee?
PSC.
PSC.
Yes. Leave of...
Madam Irene, can you use the mic? Eh?
Sorry.
Yes.
I took leave of absence from PSC as a trainer.
And the next gentleman?
I did transfer of service to the county government.
Okay, let's understand. Explain how you transferred. How are you employed? What are you serving as right now in the county government?
Explain.
Don't explain anything, just say what you are serving as.
I'm a member of the Public Service Board.
How are you tapped? How did you come to be in that position?
I applied and I was taken in and fitted in by this office, by this house.
And then you transferred services?
Yes.
What does that mean?
There is transfer of service which is provided for by the law.
No. Through the chair, just tell us, you applied.
Yes, I got appointed here.
You applied to who? Let's be clear.
I applied to the panel which was constituted to employ the county Public Service Board members.
Then what happened? Just take us through it.
Maybe I had talked about it. When there was a vacancy, we applied. There was a long list, a short list. We attended the interview. And then we were forwarded for vetting in this assembly. And then on 30th, 31st, we were sworn in. Then I applied for transfer of service from the Teacher Service Commission to the county government of Nandi. So what happened? My employer gave me a permanent transfer because nowadays the terms of service has changed. The TSC does not.
Just hold on. Through the chair, the position which you applied for, how long is it and what form is it? 6 years. What is it? Is it permanent and pensionable?
It is a contract term.
Is it renewable?
No.
So you transferred which services here? On the other, from TSC, were you PNP?
Yes, I was.
So what were you transferring?
That's why the reason I was given a permanent transfer was because of the difference in the terms of service.
Surely, anyway, you applied to be employed on contract.
Yes.
For a fixed term.
That's true.
So what happens when you finish your term?
Once I finish the term, nature takes its own course.
What is nature? Just tell us what will happen. I'm not talking about nature. Whatever you're talking about.
The contract that the government, county government of Nandi will have.
So are you now on contract or PNP?
I'm on contract.
And you transferred PNP services?
I think, Chair.
Anyway, Chair, I'm happy, but we will find you whatever it is that we'll find. But that is very strange. It is extremely strange. I think our people should know this. That we have very strange occurrences.
Okay, Honorable Member, let us allow Irene to give us her version of the story. You sought leave of absence.
The PSC provides the PSC provides leave of absence for a period of 3 years, renewable ones. So by the lapse of my contract at the county, my leave of absence at the PSC will end, and I will resume duties.
Now, Irene, what is your take if I pose a question that, don't you see that this privilege of leave of absence is being misused? What is your take?
It is not. It allows an individual, an employee, to gain experiences elsewhere to be used when the employee comes back.
We cannot.
Chair, maybe
no,
you can.
Yes, Honorable Tarbi.
I pick a term elsewhere. Can she explain what she means by elsewhere?
I meant, say you have two entities, entity 1 and A and B, right?
Honorable Chair, I wish to read. Oh, sorry, my brother.
1 and 2.
I wanted to read the act to the witnesses. And I'm reading to them.
Chair, before member reads, there is a point
maybe
Madam was explaining from entity 1 to entity 2. She can pick.
Okay. Let us allow Madam to finish. And then Honorable Tarbei, and then I will now allow Minor to read the act.
Point of order, Chair. They are finishing, and my question is not finished. I had asked for them to give us the specific officers in this county government. Chair,
yeah. Irene.
Yes, Chair. What I meant was...
Speak to the mic, through the chair.
Sorry. What I meant was, we have two entities, and entity A is your employer. Entity B advertises for a position, which will give you more added advantages or more experiences. So you apply for the position, you get your employer who was A, for example, grants you a 3-year leave of absence, which is renewable once. This can also be like when you go for further studies or something like that, or when you get a job outside there.
Honorable Chair, we cannot hear the witness. She's not speaking to the mic.
Please, Irene, can you speak to the mic, please?
Okay.
And if that mic is portable, eh? Okay, proceed.
I'm sorry, probably because this is new, sorry. What I'm saying is, when you're given a leave of absence, he was asking advantages of having a leave of absence, for example, as an entity, as a government entity. And I say that, of course, the employee is granted a chance to get more experiences from this entity that he will still revert back to to the first employer. That is what I was trying to explain to him. Thank you.
The question was, in this case, there is a county government as an entity. Like you have talked of, you are transiting from the public service commission to the Nandi county government. What now from the same entity is leave of absence allowed in the same entity?
You know,
Yeah, allow the
Can you put on the mic, Irene, and speak to the mic and answer the question, please? Is the same leave of absence applies to the same entity?
same employer.
Same employer?
Yes. Sorry, I didn't get the question.
You are saying leave of absence, you take from one entity to another. So if it's the same employer, are you allowed to?
Same employer, I am not sure.
Thank you.
The issue of Mons Bay, I direct Madam Nancy to answer that question. How many officers in Nandi County are benefiting from leave of absence?
Chair, that I can't tell, because when I took over office as acting CEO, I was not handed over any records. So I don't want to confirm who is on what, because there was no handing over.
When did you take over?
In 2023 November.
Chair, does it mean you operate with without the records of the government?
You know, I'm under oath, and I can confirm that when I took over in November 2023, and the entire team can confirm, the person who keeps the records of the board is the CEO. And if the CEO does not hand over the records, where else could I have found the records?
What were you taking over?
I just picked up from there because we did letters to the outgoing CEO, but we didn't get any communication.
Allow me one for the CEO. So I am working in the Department of Health and I want to take a leave of absence and work with the Department of Education. As a CEO, will you allow me?
You know, the law does not prohibit. It is not expressed that it says you cannot work in the same entity on leave of absence.
Which law are you referring to?
The regulations also. That law that provides for leave of absence is silent on whether it can be within the same organization.
Which law? Can you confirm?
The PSC regulations, 2020.
Maybe you can cite for us if it's possible.
Okay, maybe so that we conclude on that, Mheshimiwa.
Chair.
Let me put a question that will just rest that issue. From all of you, have you ever sat to approve such request?
No.
Irene?
No.
Mogoi?
No.
Madam Nancy?
No.
Thank you. Let us proceed.
Can I read what I wanted to read, Honorable Chair?
Okay.
I'm reading, and I would like the witnesses to listen carefully. Section 58, composition of the County Public Service. 1. The County Public Service Board shall comprise a chairperson appointed in accordance with Section 58A. At least 3, but not more than 5 members appointed in accordance with Section 58A. A certified public secretary of good professional standing, nominated and appointed by the governor with the approval of the county assembly, who shall be the secretary to the board. The witnesses are not listening. This is not some exercise in futility. Now, I would like to read 58.3. And this is what I would like you to listen to carefully. A person shall not be appointed as a member under subsection 1 if that person shall be qualified, that is, shall be qualified to be appointed if that person satisfies the provisions of chapter 6. And this is the one that I would like us to get in, because B is not a state or a public officer. So just for the record, I would like, Chairman, that the witnesses confirm to this committee whether or not they are public officers, either in the affirmative or not, yes or no.
Mogoi.
Yes, Chair.
The issue is, are you a public servant? The answer to the affirmative, yes or no.
To the extent of this appointment.
Answer the question.
No.
You are not a public servant.
Yes.
Did you resign?
I no longer work with the TSC.
Did you resign?
I was given a permanent transfer to the county government.
I'm asking a question. Did you resign? Yes or no?
Yes.
You resigned.
By being given a permanent transfer, it means you have resigned. I cease to be a member of
Chair.
TSC.
Chair, please. I know much about HR. You cannot be given a permanent transfer if there is no request of the same. And request of the same means you must resign.
There was a request from the CS. I resigned.
What are the policies of the TSC when you've permanently transfer to a different job?
It is a resignation.
Did you resign?
Yes.
Do you have a copy?
Yes.
And a copy of resignation letter, an acknowledgement from the TSC of the same. And kindly provide, you said you have your resignation letter and the acknowledgement of resignation by the TSC. Provide to this house through the chair.
Honorable Chair, just to follow up on what my brother said, I think we will not even look for him. We will not wait for him to look for them. You are vetted in this house.
Yes.
And you had a questionnaire. Did you feel it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So let's hope that things will tie down together. You can ask the rest of the witnesses, Honorable Chairman.
Irene?
As far as I know, no.
You didn't resign?
No.
You didn't resign?
I got leave of absence, which means I'm not serving that entity.
According to section 58(3), that is where the question comes in. You didn't resign, yes or no?
No.
Thank you. The Vice Chair?
I'm a retired teacher. I'm a retired teacher.
When did she retire?
When was your retirement?
I retired in the year 2019.
When was your appointment?
2019 November.
And when was your retirement?
31st. At that time. You see, Chair?
Honorable Vice,
Yes.
for clarity,
Yes.
can you give the specific dates and months?
When I retired? I can
You
even
retired
supply
when?
you the letter.
You retired when?
I retired in the end of 2019.
When were you appointed into the Public Service Board?
2019.
When?
November
Dates?
31st.
31st?
Of October.
Of October. And you retired in
That same year.
November.
Yes. You know the reason why, you know.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair. Let us proceed to the next.
What about the you didn't ask the CEO, Chairman?
I couldn't resign because this is an acting appointment. It is not permanent.
The
Chair.
question is, through the chair, are you a public servant?
Yes.
Thank you. Let us move to the next item.
Honorable Chair, before we move, allow me pose this question to our able chair.
And I want honorable members,
just
when we raise an issue, let us not go back, please. So, or maybe let me allow you, but going forward, when an issue is raised, please let us
Thank
not
you so
go
much.
back.
So,
Honorable Tolole.
Thank you so much. To our chair, I think she owned the process of to and fro Kaimosi, the time Honorable Sarah asked. So I want to ask her, are you admitting now that you violated the law in employing the persons you gave them revocation letters, the 1,899, Madam Chair?
Honorable Chair, as I have said, this is a matter in court. Otherwise, the board's decisions are corporate, and the board makes decisions that are based on its processes.
Honorable Chair, you owned the process of employing these 1,899 workers. Now, do you agree with me that, or you admit that you violated the law?
Chair, I think this is a house of records, and I'm sorry if I've smiled again. I had been asked by the Honorable Member Chair whether Kaimosi was done by us and revocation was done by us. And in Kaimosi, I said it was a process of verifying stuff, right? And this matter is in the court. Let it rest there. Otherwise, the board makes decisions that are lawful, and the board takes responsibility for whatever decisions it makes.
Oh, okay, maybe to guide on this. Honorable Vice Chair, do you agree that all the letters for the 1899 employees originated from the service board? Is it a true position? Is it a true position?
What I admitted was the revocation letters.
No, Honorable Chair, I'm guiding on the question. Is it a true position that the appointment letters for the 1899 employees, did it originate from the Nandi County Public Service Board?
No, that is why we revoked.
We have another body issuing letters of appointment to employees. Do we have another parallel body? Is it the position?
Not any that we are aware of.
Chair, if that is not the case, which letters were you revoking? If those were not your letters, which one are you revoking?
This matter is, the substance of this matter is
I
sub
think,
judice.
honorable members, honorable
Serious.
members,
No.
I think it is becoming clear. So let us proceed.
But you should answer, maybe or part of the letters, because Chair, if I don't have something which belongs to you, what are you revoking? Chair, I think that should be answered.
As I said, this matter in court is the legality of whatever happened, the legality of the revocation, the legality of the letters, as to whether the board issued letters and revoked them. It is in court.
Honorable Chair, just as a
I think,
follow-up.
honorable members, we let us leave that issue to rest.
Honorable Chair,
because
so that we are not hanging, Honorable Chair, may I request, could the Vice Chair clarify what was revoked? What was revoked? What exactly was revoked?
What was revoked was upon analysis of the payroll.
No, I asked a simple
Yes.
question.
Letters that had been issued
So just
irregularly.
just so that we understand, can somebody revoke what they did not issue?
You can revoke an irregular letter.
So these letters, had you already admitted them?
No.
Even before we go there, Chairman, are you saying that you revoked employment or you revoked letters?
We did revocation of
What was it that you revoked?
18 persons.
What did
We
you revoke?
revoked the employment, the irregular employments.
So you revoked employment. And I wish to draw your attention to the Act, and particularly so 59.
And Honorable Chair,
The witness
we
is, okay.
are not allowed by law as a body that can be sued and sue to discuss a matter whose substance is already in the
Honorable
court of
members,
law.
I think this issue should be left to rest. The information that has been captured is enough for the committee to make conclusion on it.
Honorable Chair. Yes, Chair, because this one has...
Let us proceed, please.
Chair, as you make the ruling, this one has to come up clearly.
Yes.
The same party chair are going against the same court because as at now, they have gone ahead and advertised something that it is within the court. As we speak again now, Chair, they are going on with the negotiation of other members, and all those are within the court. I wish that the chair, acting chair, has used that one as a blanket chair. That one has to be noted before the case rests.
Honorable Chair, and that's why I think maybe as a leader of this committee, maybe the witness can only say that she does not wish to cooperate with us, which is okay. If she chooses not to cooperate with us, we will be happy. You can just say, the witness can say, we don't want to cooperate with this committee. We are, if she feels as if we are forcing her, then it is,
Okay,
or forcing them.
honorable members, and Madam Chair, the issue has been raised. Are you ready to cooperate with this ad hoc committee?
With all due respect, Chair, we have come here
The question
honoring
is,
the summons.
the question is, are you ready to cooperate?
Yes.
Irene?
Yes.
Be on the mic, please.
Yes.
Mogoi?
Yes.
Madam Nancy?
Yes.
Now, the issue that has been raised here is that is it the same board that is revoking the letters? Is it the one that issued the letters? If you can just give an answer to that, that issue can rest there.
Why the board revoked those employments is because it came to its attention that those employments were irregular.
Based on what?
Based on the analysis that the board had done.
On which analysis?
Of the payroll at that time.
Now, Honorable Vice Chair, you are under oath and you have lied to this committee. earlier you stated that you are not in charge of the payroll. And now you are saying, after the analysis of the payroll, how can you do an analysis on something that is not under your jurisdiction?
I'm sorry, Chair. What I meant...
You are sorry for doing what?
For construing that we are in charge of the payroll. We are not.
Thank you. Maybe honorable members...
Chair, one more important thing that I want to ask the board, Chair. In an event where there is proper recruitment process, how do you transit an employee who has been procedurally employed to the payroll to ensure the integrity process is not in any way injured or prone to manipulation? How do you transit the information to the payroll department? And what are the processes of approvals before it gets into the payroll?
Thank you, Chair. And in that case, we are cooperating in this one because once the department identifies a need and requests or sends indents through the county secretary to the Public Service Board, the Public Service Board recruits through its process by advertising and listing the persons, shortlisting them, does interviews and selection. And once that is done, the board communicates that same decision to the county secretary for onward transmission. And our point, as the board ends at communicating to the county secretary. The county secretary then can explain what happens until the person is paid. Otherwise, for the board, we take through the process and forward whatever decisions have been made, plus the persons, to the county secretary.
Thank you, Chair. How then were these irregularly employed workers got into the payroll if the system is already set? Who is responsible for transiting the same information of those who are irregularly employed to the payroll until that time he or she receives a pay slip? Who transited within the board and the structure of the county service board? Who is to take blame? There must be somebody who must have been responsible for transiting this information to the payroll. Is it true? And who is that?
Yes, somebody has to take responsibility. And I think the whole mystery will be unraveled someday, because the board's mandate ends at forwarding names of persons that have been appointed to the county secretary, and that is where the mandate of the board ends.
Chair, to help this, Chair, there is an ICT material I would request that it is shared.
Chair,
so that it's a public function.
Okay, maybe the ICT team, please.
Chair,
as you prepare that content,
allow
what
me
is
to
it
ask
about?
Follow up on the same as asked by Honorable Pate on due diligence. Now that you are revoking these letters, did you follow due diligence maybe to ascertain who is genuine and who is not genuine before you revoked?
And Chair, as I have said, this matter is in court. We as the board are in court. We would not like to be contemptuous and discussing the matter or the substance of this matter that is already in court.
If you have followed the process of hiring, we are just asking the question on the revocation part. Because if the employment part you have answered it well, the revocation part is not a matter of sub judice, because if you answered the question on the procedure. And now my question is just, did you follow due diligence in the revocation, like ascertaining who is a cost worker and who is not?
And again, Chair, on supplementary question. Are the Vice Chair aware that those who are revoked are also staff who are seconded by the national government? Are you aware? But
No,
before that, answer the question from my colleague.
Maybe the letter we are not aware, but what happened was with the revocation letter, we gave opportunity. In fact, that revocation letter was asking people who had any complaints or had any issues with that letter to record to the board.
Okay, maybe for guidance, the Vice Chair, there is an issue that has been raised by Honorable Tarbey. And the issue here is you've clearly elaborated the procedures of employment. What Tarbey is asking is now the vice versa of it.
Or may I ask this way, Chair?
So like if people find themselves in the payroll and they have not gone through the process?
Maybe I can explain to our chair, to our chair. Now you have followed the due process of recruitment. You forwarded legal names, valid names, no real people. Like a doctor, for example, a neurosurgeon, you forwarded the name through public service. Now, when you are revoking the letter, did you follow due diligence to ascertain, like you are the ones who forwarded a surgeon or a nurse, for example, to the public service force? The same person was employed procedurally. Now revoking the letter. Now remember, these are the people you hired legally. Like for example, a maternity attendant, for example, a nurse, is in the process of attending to a matter who is maybe expectant. Then suddenly he finds that a letter has been revoked. Yet the same nurse you forwarded procedurally her hiring. That's why I'm asking, did you follow, after now realizing that maybe there are people who are not hired procedurally, was there not due diligence to ascertain maybe those whom you yourself employed regularly? Because it's affected, because we saw, what we saw yesterday outside there were real doctors who have been attending to patients from Kapsabet. And for record, Chair, Honorable Leshaba is the Vice Chair is a respected lady, for example. When Mospe says she's smiling, I'm wondering how she can afford a smile when a newborn baby was abandoned in the hospital. Someone is dying because a doctor was quoted, a cost doctor, yet the same doctor was, his or her name was forwarded procedurally, and she found him or herself in the payroll. So the due diligence part is what we are asking.
Okay,
Chair,
honorable members,
I want to read something from the Constitution, yeah. Chair.
Okay, before you read it, let me give the Vice Chair.
Okay, through the Chair, on the same note. So may I ask the board, or maybe the Vice Chair, what informed you that the staff that were confirmed 2023 are not fit and they had to be deleted from the payroll? Who informed the board? Or on what criteria did you use to arrive into that the staff confirmed 2023 were not fit and they had to be deleted from the payroll?
Chair.
Okay, Mheshimiwa Bit, because we have an issue that has been raised.
It revolves around the very same issue.
Yeah. Allow me the issue to be answered so that I will give you to read the Constitution. And maybe the question is, Vice Chair, you do due diligence during recruitment. Is that right or wrong?
True.
You do due diligence.
Yes.
Now, give the vice versa of it.
Due diligence during recruitment. And our recruitments are done in the proper and procedural way. First and foremost, and I am sorry, that the board has never declared anybody unfit. I'm sorry for that. Because he said what made the board to declare some who are not fit to hold the offices. Number two, any person whose employment was revoked was given an opportunity to appeal to the board if they were genuine employees. And that process, nobody has stopped it. So as far as the board is concerned, there is nobody who has been unfairly removed and has come to complain and has not been listened to.
Okay, the ICT team, please. As Honorable Bed reads the part of the Constitution, can you play the contents by Honorable Mosby? Proceed, Honorable Bed.
Thank you, Chair. I want to remind the officers before this committee today that they are under oath and they have a constitutional obligation to oblige. I think you are very much aware Chair, should I hold?
Okay, maybe Honorable Mosby. The issue being projected, you are the one raised. Can you prosecute it?
Yes, I wanted us to look at that event. That is 30th July 2021. And you can, the pictures are there. I think that is the chair. Or is it vice chair?
Honorable Chair, unfortunately, I cannot read what is on the screens. I'm partially visually impaired, so I can't read something from a distance.
Can it be printed, please? Let us have some few copies, please. Maybe Honorable Mosby, you can prosecute your issue. As we wait for the printout. Okay, proceed, Honorable Bet, and then Honorable Trufosa.
Chair, I was reminding these county government officials of their constitutional obligation, Chair. And I would wish these people should be very keen. They have a lot of conversations among themselves, Chair. I want to say this. As a country, we have had ILO conventions on matters employment. These conventions were domesticated into laws in 2007. Called Employment Act. All these issues around us now is because of records. And if I can draw you to the attention of Section 74 of Employment Act of 2007. I don't know whether you are conversant with it. Are you, as a chair? Are you conversant with Employment Act of 2007? Section 74? You seem not. Let me take this opportunity to inform you of your obligations. And Nancy should be very keen on this. It talks about employment records, Chair. Employment records. Records to be kept by the employer. An employer shall keep a written record for all employees employed by him with whom he has entered into a contract under this act, which shall contain the particulars. I just wanted you to get the information that you have no idea how now irregular letters got into the records of the payroll. 75 of the same act, Chair, false entry. False entry. A person who makes cause to be made or knowingly allows to be made an entry into a register record, books, or other document whatsoever required by this act to be kept, which that makes person knows to be false in a material particular or produces, furnishes, causes, or knowingly allows to be produced or furnished to an authorized officer a register, records book, or other document which he knows to be false in a material, commits an offense, shall on conviction be liable, and I want you people to listen to this very keenly, to be liable to a fine not exceeding 100,000 shillings or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months. This one deals with the records, Chair, where these people are taking records of county government employees casually. You've listened to the secretary saying documents were not handed over to her. She's a practicing lawyer who have no idea on what the law says, Chair. You can imagine the kind of messes we are going through because of ignorance to the law. And Chair, innocent people are being punished. And this committee should look for the perpetrators of this impunity, Chair. The perpetrators of this impunity should undergo legal process and be responsible, as the law says, to the repercussions of their.
Thank you, Honorable Bett.
Thank you, Chair. I rest my case.
Thank you. Maybe let us have Mheshimiwa Tufosa.
Thank you, Chair. My question goes directly to the Vice Chair. Your body is to employ and give promotions. Now there is an incident that you find somebody who has worked for many years and he or she remains still in contract basis. Here, someone comes and is employed directly to P&B, while the one who has stayed for many years remains in contract basis. What criteria, Madam Vice Chair, did you use? That is my question. Lastly, the last question. During your recruitment of the employees of different sectors, were you bribed so that you can give somebody a job? Can you testify that you didn't? Because it happens that some who are being employed were giving out money. So, members, can you testify to us that you didn't do such an incident? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair. Okay, honorable members, let us allow them to respond to the issues that have been raised.
Thank you, Chair. When it comes to recruitments, we offer every person that applies to come for the job interview an equal opportunity. The board will have the criteria for selecting whoever is selected. and everybody is given an equal opportunity. When it comes to promotions, I said before, Chair, that there are promotions that are common cadre, and the common cadre promotions apply to all employees. There are other promotions that the departments will request based on their needs and the availability of those opportunities in their organization within the department. And in that case, therefore, the promotions will be done as far as if they have the resources, if they have requested for those promotions, if those vacancies exist in their organization, in their establishments. And the board will carry out the promotions in accordance with what has been stipulated. The board does not discriminate against anybody. And the board, in the same manner, does not just promote people arbitrarily, but it is based on what the departments have requested. As far as the criminality which the honorable member mentioned, I'm also aware that I think investigations have been started, and I think there is already a case that is ongoing on the same. What we all agree is, if there is any impropriety that has been done, if there is any law that has been broken, I think every person that is involved should be brought to book. And for us as a board, where we stand from is, if we realize that a certain process has not taken place properly in accordance with the law, then we do what we do. But since we are law-abiding, there are certain things that we will not discuss here as of now. But later on, when we are, when the courts have dispensed, I think we should be able to discuss them.
Chair, one question.
It's me.
Yes, Honorable Bridget.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just want to ask you, the Vice Chair, so they intend to follow due process, diligently at the appeal stage and not at the onset. And again, why the revoked letters were being backdated?
Sorry, come up again.
The issue is, Mheshimiwa is asking, why were the revoked letters backdated?
The revocation letters were not backdated.
When were they issued?
No, they were not backdated.
When were they issued, please?
The decision to revoke the letters, I think the decision to revoke the letters was done in August, towards the end of August.
Honorable Chair.
Was they issued?
We'd have to confirm from the departments, because the departments, the authorized officers, were the ones to issue.
Chair, allow me to ask a question to CEO. After verification in Kaimosi, did you send individual messages to those who had qualified?
Maybe I can start by saying I was not the CEO then. I was not the CEO during the verification exercise in Kaimosi.
Who was the CEO?
It was one Edwin Mayo.
Honorable Chair.
And I would
Honorable Chair.
Honorable.
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
I think maybe this issue, I'm actually unable right now to call them the board. Let me register that. But I would like, I just would like to know from all of them, and I'm drawing their attention to their role in terms of ensuring that Article 10 and 232 are adhered to. I hope you are aware that that's the main role. But unfortunately, you know, they say whoever approaches the law really must go with clean hands. So much as we do not wish to judge you, I wish to know what processes are these exactly that you revoked? What is it that, what were the processes that you found unlawful and decided that these are the process, it is this particular process, and then now you are stopping it according to Section 75. I am also curious to know whether somewhere along the way in your custody you have some fraud. I'm imagining that there could have been fraudulence in the sense that somebody who was not supposed to sign an employment letter signed. So the question is it possible to know a genuine, bona fide employment letter coming from your organization? And if so, can you show us the difference between a genuine letter and the one that is fraudulent? And because these people are already in your organization, have you ever seen, is there any letter that you have that was signed by somebody who should not have? So I know those are a number of questions. I've asked about the processes. I have asked about whether you have any letter that you found fraudulent. And then, maybe finally, so that I don't speak too much, I wish to ask whether you have ever supplied this house with a report pursuant to Section 59 4E. And F actually. Have you ever supplied to this office? Are you aware of that? Section 59 4F. Are you aware of it?
Yes, and we have been supplying our reports to the county.
4F. What does it say? What is it on?
Regular reports to the county assembly?
No, F. That particular area. Do you know it?
Unless I refer to it right now, because the specific law, just allow me to refer to it.
Maybe, Chair, as she refers.
So have you, okay, sorry, you can come in.
Chair.
Madam Witness, we don't have the latitude of time. Have you found it?
Yes, it is referring to reporting to the county assembly on compliance with principles and values of public service.
I thought you were looking for it. Okay, let me just read it to you. You seem not to be conversant with it. That when you are looking at evaluating how there's principles of 232 and the values, you have the following powers. Let me start with E. To visit any public office or body with a view of assessing and investigating the status of compliance of the values and principles. Because I have read the PSC report, and I have seen that many of the things that were talked about is the breaking of those values. F, investigate on its own initiative or upon a complaint. And now you are supposed to give a report to this assembly on that particular one. There are many reports to include a number of things from A to F. Have you ever done that?
Madam Irene, have you ever done that?
Yes, Chair. Save last year.
A report on this particular section. Have you ever supplied to this house?
The report is the report on that particular section is usually included in the annual report to the county assembly. Yes.
So in the 2 years under consideration, 2022, 2023, 2024, did you have a report on this? to this house on this section?
Save 2023, yes.
What was it about? Wait, what did you find in the county's public service? Your investigations. Did you undertake investigations? Have you ever undertaken investigations?
Yes.
When and where? And please provide evidence. And by investigation here, I mean even visiting any office. Remember, that's what it says. You can visit anywhere, you can inspect, you can assess. Sure, do you have evidence of any such visits to the various entities, including Kaimosi? And when I say Kaimosi here, it's not for you meeting there. I'm referring to the workers. Have you ever, at least this is not sub judice, Madam Vice Chair. Have you?
It is not sub judice, and we have done, in fact, just before COVID. That was immediately when we came in, and we did that even in 2021. Except that what happened is after that exercise that we were trying to check, to do a staff head count.
Honorable Vice Chair, because we don't have time, could they supply evidence of investigations that they have done, hoping that they will not backdate or they will cook up something? Because I have seen also in the report, Vice Chair, Chairman, that one of the main problems is that even the PSC themselves could not ascertain the true position of many of these things because there were no records from this organization. That's what the PSC report that you purport to rely on says. No minutes, no resolutions, nothing supplied.
Yeah.
The matter of the Public Service Commission report, again, is a matter in court.
Chair, allow me
Same
to ask.
Okay. I think the Vice Chair, you just
Chair.
supply a documentary evidence.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Tarbay.
Chair, I had a question. I asked a question to the CEO, and she says she was not acting by then. I wanted to confirm from the other members whether it was a resolution of the Kaimosi meeting that messages be sent to individual applicants who had successfully been recruited. Was it a resolution that they be sent messages?
As much as I would like to discuss Kaimosi, again, as we have said, this is still the same substance in court.
Chair, member just conclude whether among the resolution was to send a messages to those who are affected in Kaimosi. Is that a matter to say it is substitutes? Whether you resolve to send messages?
No.
So there was not resolution to any. So in that case, did the county public service board send messages to the members who had been recruited, the staff, those who had successfully been vetted in Kaimosi? Did the public service board send messages?
Honorable Chair, what we did in Kaimosi was verification exercise. Now, what he's asking me is the product of Kaimosi is the same subject that is before court.
Just a question, Madam Chair. Did you send congratulations, or maybe after the verification exercise, did you send messages to the maybe successfully verified applicant staff, for that matter? It's just a matter of yes and no. Did you send messages as a board?
The board communicates through the secretariat, and the secretariat is headed by the secretary.
Which secretariat?
The board secretariat, which is headed
So
by the
did the
CEO.
the secretariat send messages with your directives?
Okay, Honorable Vice Chair, I want to guide that. Are you aware of any message that was sent to the employees? Are you aware?
No.
You are not aware. Thank you.
They can answer themselves, Chair. The Vice Chair has denied.
Yeah,
Other members
what
can
about
confirm.
Madam Irene?
No.
Mogoi?
Not aware.
By then, Madam Nancy, you are the director legal, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of any message that was sent?
No.
Okay.
Honorable Chair.
But Chairman, who signed the call for the verification the verification exercise?
Yes.
Who signed it?
Honorable Chair, as Honorable Maina is asking that, can I ask the ICT on that question asked by Maina to be projected so that we can see who signed that? And before then, Madam Nancy, through the chair, you've been asked who signed the verification exercise document. Thank you.
The ICT department, please, can you project that? That is County Public Service Board.
Is that?
Thank you. That is Edwin Mayer, but I signed 4, and it was calling for the verification exercise. I'm not disputing.
Thank you.
Yes.
So it's true.
So you admit that that is your signature?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Honorable Chair, where is this Edwin Mayer? What happened to him?
His contract ended. And so he was deployed back to where he had been.
Now.
Or are you asking where is he right now?
And
let
me pose another question now. Yes. His contract ended. That is what you said.
As the acting CEO of the board. And so he was recalled back to his department.
How long did Mayo acted?
1 year. That was 6 months, 6 months.
Okay.
And Honorable Chair, I think we didn't understand the question because the question was who signed calling for people for the verification exercise, which we did, but we were asked if we were aware that after Kaimosi that staff, and that is what we answered. Thank you.
Maybe, Honorable Chairman, she could tell us, why did you conduct the Kaimosi exercise?
If it were not for the fact that this is subject to the court process, I would have actually given you the reasons. In fact, we came to this house
just
to talk
give
about
us
the reason why.
Witness.
Because contracts were coming to an end. And the contracts that were coming to an end, we needed to know who are these people.
Okay, honorable members. He has answered the question that contracts were coming to an end. So let us proceed. Honorable Bate or Honorable Ketel.
But Honorable Chair, you know, it's good for us to at least understand. If contracts were coming to an end, why were they of interest to you?
Because we needed to advise the county government on the same. Because these employees whose
contracts.
Yes, and the decisions on HR planning.
Why was it your concern?
Because the board had known that there were many contracts that were coming to an end. The board was interested to know who are these people, where have they been working, what are their skill sets, so as to give the proper advice on human resources.
Honorable Vice Chair.
Yes.
You as a board, you are contradicting yourselves. You've just said that sometimes you have been doing investigation, and now you want to ascertain the same people that you have been investigating as per the act that was read by the Honorable Minor. I think we need to raise that issue, honorable members.
Yes,
Let us move to Honorable Keter.
Thank you, Chair.
Point of order, Honorable Chair. Before you move, you had ruled out that this HADO committee has powers equivalent to that of High Court. And anything we ask here, we should be given substantive information. And there, Vice Chair, she is hiding when we ask her on the issues touching county staff. Why is it that when we ask any question, she is hiding on the case which is pending in court? I think, Honorable Chair, this is a very powerful committee which has powers equivalent to that of High Court. And we have our independent submission and rulings. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Chair, since
yes,
yeah, thank you, Chair. You know, I'm a bit surprised, Chair. I wanted to maybe to ask you the last question before you.
No.
You are not aware?
No.
And you are the employer?
The board recruits employees.
Maybe let us leave
Could
that
it
issue.
be a management?
Honorable members, let us proceed.
Honorable Chair, before we move from here.
Let me allow Honorable Soom.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Maybe one simple question. Now that most of these revocation letters came in late August and early September, I want to ask the board, don't you think those employees who are dismissed deserves to get their August salary?
Chair, we are waiting for our questions to be answered.
I think every person who has worked deserves to be compensated for the work. Except that, as I have said, in case where there are illegalities and something has been subjected to legal processes, then we wouldn't touch. Otherwise, any person who has worked deserves to be paid.
Okay.
Chair.
What was your concern, Honorable?
I have asked them if, due to this confusion, have they benefited in any case, either directly or indirectly, and they have not answered me. And that one specifically, I need each individual to answer. Chair.
Have you benefited directly or indirectly?
No.
Madam Irene?
No.
Mogoi?
No.
Madam Nancy?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, Chair, through the Chair. Vice Chair, I'm not satisfied with the answer you gave about promotion. My question is that, do you have a scheme of service or a policy whereby everyone has a fair ground on promotion? Because I've heard you saying that maybe one have requested, maybe the department, or when there is need be, because if those are the criteria you are using, then it means only those who have an upper hand are the ones who are getting promoted, if I'm not wrong. Because if there is if there is an organization, there is always a way or a policy on how people get promoted. It is not just anyhowly. If everybody in all the departments will seek for promotion, because you have said when somebody asks for promotions, so if everyone asks for promotion, in that scenario, what will the board do?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Vice Chair. I'd like to repeat what I said. Promotions are processes that would be done from time to time. First and foremost, there are something that we call common cadre promotions, which everybody is entitled to. And then there are promotions that are made for people to fill certain vacancies within their organizations. Now, departments are distinct, and every cadre has a scheme of service that is followed. A department will have its organization and say, for example, we need a director here, we need an assistant director here, we need this person here, etc. And what normally happens is the departments will still organize themselves based on their establishments and write to the County Public Service Board to say that we have these positions which are promotional, that need to be advertised or that need to be filled. And the Public Service Board will therefore look at the scheme of service and give it according to. And not all promotions are normally honored by the departments. The departments will organize themselves in terms of have they supplied the budgetary allocation for the same and how many officers would like to be moved. So that is what I said. And every department is distinct, it is unique. They have, and the various schemes of service for the various cadres within the county.
Scenario in the transport sector. We have the drivers, and those drivers, they enter into the department at the same time. They all have the same qualification, but you find that at the end of it, they are in different job groups. How? What criteria was used?
For your information, part of the exercise that we intend to do is to actually study the way, in fact, like if you look at that report, which is contentious, you will find that people are at different levels. How did they find themselves being promoted? Because any promotion that came regularly through the County Public Service Board is done giving everybody the fair chance that they need. Something that we as the board have decided we are going to do is to actually find out who is in which, for the remaining 3,003 employees who are there, what is their qualification, how did they get there, what promotional process happened, was it regular, was not regular, because the County Public Service Board, as we have said, if we are doing promotions, we do not discriminate against anybody.
Chair, thank you. Follow-up question on that one. What now? Let me ask you, because I am lost. Who actually raised alarm in this thing of wage bill? Who owns this? Because now, Chair, I'm confused. The same body who is actually supposed to be advising the government on the wage bill, who is the alarm? Should I say who raised alarm on this thing of wage bill? That is number one. Secondly, Chair, I want this to be in record. I ask a very simple question, and from the explanation of one of the members told us here that 2017, 2018 was on a contract which it was not advertised, showing that, and this report has been backdated back to 2018. Which means there is somebody who actually benefited from the same. That is one, Chair. I want it to be in record. Secondly, Chair, it has come up clearly that there are some, with this witness, there are some whom they are drawing allowance, and yet they have not resigned from the previous working place. Because we were given summary of saying there is job migrating from one sector to the other one, we call it A and B. So which means, and there is A and A. So note it down, Chair. It will be useful. I wanted it to be on record.
Okay, thank you. Maybe, Madam Chair, can you respond to the concerns of Honorable Keter?
I would really like, maybe I've not understood his question. Could he repeat that question? Because
okay, maybe if I understood the question.
Yes, if you.
And that issue had been raised earlier on the issue of wage bill. But let me reframe the question. What triggered the current action taken by the service board? What triggered?
So without going into the case in court, last year,
Just asking, Madam
Yes.
Chair,
Who
what
triggered?
triggered?
It was brought to the attention of the board
By who?
by the executive, the people who are in charge of the payroll. It was brought to the attention of the board.
Chair, point of order. I thought I heard when the presentation was done, Chair, that the Public Service Board is independent. Chair, can we get some clarification on that? Where is the independence now?
Okay. Before Mogoi responds to anything, I want to go back to the chair. Now, you acted based on what?
We acted based on comparing, and again, Honorable Chair, this matter that you are asking us to discuss is
asking
the
you-
same matter in court.
Based on what?
Honorable Chair, let's reframe it.
Let me say this. Did you acted based on your own report, or you acted based on somebody else's report? That is what I want to know.
That is
The
what I-
action you took, was it based on your own report, investigation and findings, or was it based on somebody else? Was it based on your own report? Let us be honest. Was it based on your own report?
It was based on our own analysis. And as I have said, the trouble that I am having is answering these questions the way that we are being required to answer in the court.
Honorable Chair, I think
It
we can
is-
reframe the issue so that we can help and not be maybe not be sub judice, as she says. I'd like to ask Honorable Chair, does this board have a budget? How much do you spend in a year?
Our CEO can answer that.
Thank you, Chair.
And as you answer, maybe, could you just confirm so that I don't forget? Are you an employee of the board or of the county government?
I am an employee of the board.
Okay. So you are the one technical officer they said is present.
No, we have 3 technical officers.
I saw the report here from PSC. It says that your organization has got only one technical officer. Are you the one?
Mostly it's not me, maybe.
Okay, so it's not you. Okay, answer the budget.
So we have, as a board, we have an independent budget
How much?
of, for this financial year, we have 62 million.
So the last 2 financial years?
For the last financial year, it was 52,120,587.
The other one?
That I have to confirm. I have
So
for this financial
maybe it
year.
was around the same.
Yeah, it may be lower, a little bit lower than this.
So in the 2 financial years, you consumed 100 million, thereabouts.
Yes.
What did you do with it?
This includes personnel emoluments for officers working at the board. It includes supplies, like the stationery we use at the board, the laptops, desktops.
Maybe, Honorable Chair, it would only be fair that the suppliers, how they use the money. But then, having said that, would it be okay for this committee to conclude that it is the role played by those PSC people was squarely yours? Vice Chair.
And the PSC, by the way, has been cited in the same case, and they have been
I
asked
ask you, there's nothing, there's no substance. I have just asked, is that role they played yours primarily?
It would have been primarily ours.
Thank you.
Is it still primarily yours? Don't say it would have been.
It is.
Is it your role?
It is our role.
And it should, that huge budget of 100 million should be spent on this. Is that a true position?
100 million, as the CEO has.
Okay, let me make a...
It's for the running of the
let
board.
me make...
you know the reason why, Chairman,
Honorable member, I want us so that we move.
Before
I
we
want
move,
to
Honorable Chair,
direct-
I think we will be making a mistake if we were to just move, because
100 million, as the CEO has.
you know the reason why, Chairman, I want us so that we move. Before we move, Honorable Chair, I think we will be making a mistake if we were to just move, because 100 million, I think we will be making a mistake if we were to just move, because clearly, these officers have been in their office, but not playing the role. Because, Honorable Chair, may I read to this committee and to them some of the things they are supposed to do. And I'm reading from section 59. Section 59, 1. So there is H. Advise the county government on human resource management and development. That's I. Advise the county government on implementation and monitoring of national performance management system in counties. And this is a very important one, Chairman. Make recommendations to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission on behalf of the county government on the remuneration of persons, on the remuneration, pensions, gratuities for the county public service. One of the gravest concerns we have as this committee is the idea of cost of personnel emoluments, supposedly paid even to people who are ghosts. And the county employed you, and they gave you 100 million during that period. But you only helped in ensuring that the county funds are lost. What would you say to that, Vice Chair?
Thank you very much, and we understand the role of the County Public Service
Did you
Board.
fail?
Would you allow me to just
do you consider yourself to have been successful in your role?
We have been successful because from time to time we give
Considering
advisories.
that money was lost.
From time to time we give advisories. In fact, our role is to advise. Somebody was asking, why did we go to Kaimosi? Because we do provide the advisory to the county government as far as human resource matters are concerned. And from time to time, we give the advisories that are required.
As a final question, Honorable Chair, on these areas, so that you move to the next question, may I ask, Vice Chair, if somebody were to find themselves in the payroll, is that assured that they would get a salary?
We wouldn't know as the board.
What did you say? What was your answer? Somebody, assume somebody from some village somewhere, found their name in the payroll, or even a ghost. Is that an assurance that they will be paid a salary at the end of the month and for 1 year?
I think that's a question that can be best answered by those who manage the payroll.
Okay, in your view.
In my own view, how in the first place does somebody find themselves in the payroll when they ought not to?
Yes, now they have found themselves.
And then they get paid.
For 1 year.
That's irregular.
No, I'm asking you, in your view, is it possible to, just by finding yourself in the payroll, are you assured of an income?
I use myself as an example.
No, we are using somebody from some other place or a ghost. You cannot use that.
And that is irregular. And I think that is why, like, if somebody has found themselves.
So can you demystify to this committee and everybody else who is watching that the payroll is not an endless pool of money, that somebody somewhere must approve this, must budget for the same, and that you, being the chair, was not watching at that time when county resources were being pilfered. Yet you have been put there to do exactly that. Can you confirm, tell the Nandis who are watching now, that that is exactly what happened?
The mandate of the board is very clear. And
I have read to you. Yes, I have read to you the mandate.
The board is not the manager of the payroll.
I didn't talk about management of the payroll.
Okay, honorable member.
So does she answer, Chairman?
Yeah.
Did you answer? What can you say?
Maybe Vice Chair, can we first understand what is this payroll? Maybe Nancy, she's in a better position to answer this. What is this payroll?
Payroll is a unit whereby people are the consolidation of people's salaries and wages. So it is from the payroll that all the data is consolidated so that it is now posted as money.
Now, do you agree that when you are in the payroll, every month you are paid?
Yes.
Thank you. I think the answer has been answered.
Chair, can I have one question?
Yes, Honorable Tarbey.
Yes, Chair. I have one question for the board. I know we know the current status in the country that we have fraudsters. Some people could purport as being public service board and can send messages maybe to people. Do you have an official communication for the board, like an approved line to send messages or so?
Yes, we admit that they are fraudsters. And if you look at our notice boards, we have been posting that people are fraudsters. In fact, there is a court case currently of a person who masqueraded to be the CEO of the board and purportedly signed some employment letters. He was arrested here in Kapsabet with the letters holding someone's name and signed by that fraudster. The matter is actively also in court.
Line for communicating?
Yes, we do.
Who manages that line? Who authorizes maybe information emanating from that line?
Any information from that line should emanate from the decision of the board.
And who specific line instructs now? If the message is to be sent out, who instructs that person?
It is the CEO, because under the law, the CEO is mandated to communicate the decisions.
Thank you, I'm done there. Now, and who writes minutes of the board?
The CEO.
So in the report from the public service, we are told that there were missing minutes and the rest. Who is to blame for missing minutes of the board?
And through the chair, I clearly said they were not handed over. And I said that is why the commission could not find any minutes of the board, which were preserved of the CEO then to do the minutes of the board.
And maybe, so the minutes were not handed over to board?
Yes.
Maybe final question, Chair. Just proceed as I think I've lost my line.
Honorable Chair, I think there is something that we
must
clarify here.
Maybe Honorable Shangu, before I lose. Anyway, proceed.
Now,
okay.
Honorable Chair, because it's on the same area.
Honorable members, I want
on the same
question,
Honorable Chair, we would like the lady. You are saying that you've been acting in this position for how long? Just exactly, you had how many periods when you are acting?
I acted the first one in 2021.
Including the assignment of duties?
Yes.
Yeah. How long? From
1
when?
year for 2021 to around May 2022. Then from last year, November to date.
Now, may I ask, the exercise by the PAC, it was covering which period?
August 2022 to April 2024, sorry.
Were you in office?
In 2024.
That period, does it cover a period when you are in office?
No.
When did you say you are in office?
I came in 2023 November.
No, but witness, just tell us the truth. When did you say you are acting in office? Including the assignment of duties.
I said the first one, I was assigned duties in 2021 up to May 2022.
Yes.
The reporting period of PSC is August 2022 to April 2024.
Were you in office some of that time?
Maybe from November to April 2024.
The rest of the time, who was there?
It was Edwin Mayo, as I had said earlier.
Maybe, Chair, now I have come to my line of thought. the signature which was projected was from the CEO. And you was you signing on behalf of the acting CEO by then?
Yes, it was signing for, you can, if you can project, you can see a mark, a line like dropping, that means 4. In minutes writing, if you don't necessarily have to write 4, you can drop a line and it would mean you are signing 4.
Where was the acting CEO then?
He was the CEO then.
And who are you
And
then?
he was communicating that decision, and I was doing it with his authority.
And who are you then?
I was the legal person there. It is just signing for. Anybody can sign for someone, provided they have the authority. Even if today the chair was absent and authorizes a member, they can sign for the chair. It is not an offense.
So do you have the minutes for the time when you have been in office?
Yes, I do.
And why didn't you supply to the BSE?
Chair, maybe with your indulgence, the period of PSC was August 2022, when Jeruto Nancy was not the CEO of the board, in August 2022. I said my assignment of duties ended in May 2022. And these people needed minutes for August 2022.
To when?
To April. And in April, there were, from 2023 to April, where I was there was no recruitment. And I can confirm to this house, since I came in 2023 November, we have done no single recruitment. So there was no need, they needed minutes for recruitment. I have never done any recruitment.
Okay, honorable members, allow me to bring this session to an end, please.
What about, Chair, what about the...
Oh, okay. There was this issue that has been printed out. Eh? Can you interrogate?
Yes, I just want the team, particularly the acting chair, or rather the chair, I now don't know, and the acting CEO. That is from their page, Nandi County Public Service Board, July 30th, 2021. And Chairman, you will allow me to quickly go through it. So that Section 59 of County Government Act 2012 mandates County Public Service Board to facilitate a coherent human resource plan for county government. In line with this role, Nandi County Public Service Board, in consultation with relevant department at county executive, participated in the issuance of appointment letters to officers absorbed into permanent and pensionable schemes in the departments of administration, agriculture, education, and vocational training. This exercise was presided over by the Governor, Nandi, His Excellency Stephen Sang, that had close to 1,400 employees, being the first cohort to benefit from this continuous improvement of employee welfare. The transition of terms for its employees is geared towards addressing human resource planning, succession management, and employee motivation. The event was attended by, among others, His Excellency Deputy Governor, Nandi County Public Service Board Chairperson, and Executive Officer and Chief Executive Officer, Mrs. Elseba Arusei and Ms. Jeruto Nancy, respectively. County Executive Committee members of Agriculture, Education, Chief Officers of Agriculture and Public Service Board members, Nandi Central NAT Executive Secretary, members of County Assembly for Chepkumia, Olesos, and Chepkumia wards, and other public officers at County Government of Nandi. My question is this a true event that took place? I'm asking the team.
Yes, it was.
Aren't you then, just before that, these 1,400, are they possibly among those who've been laid off now?
Honorable Chair, this was an event for the ECDE teachers and some of the employees that we had recruited through a process in those other departments. So these were ECDE teachers. And you remember the history of the ECDE teachers in all the counties. Remember that ECDE teachers had not been a purview.
It is self-explanatory. You had administration, agriculture. Of course, there is education. My question is, have they been affected by the revocation that you've just executed?
No. They
are not?
No.
So everyone who got a letter then, that day, must have, is okay now?
I suppose so. I don't think
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, honorable members, allow me please to close this. Yes.
The leadership. Chair, I want to ask the members of the Public Service Board, if you do have records during transition authority, what was the status and the fate of local government employees and defunct local authority? Because here with me, I have a list of employees who are transitioned from local authority and the defunct local government, who for this case are also in the same list of ghost workers. What were the recommendations of the transition authority, particularly on these employees? And what is your take moving forward as far as audit is concerned? And Chair, allow me table for our own consumption. And Walter Reed, there is also a list of Walter Reed. Could you furnish us with the information also on transition authority recommendations?
And AMPAT also. So on top of that, Vice Chair, okay, there is an issue with the Department of Education, that they made a request of replacement of ECT teachers. And they have been doing it several times. And the board had promised to give an advert so that the ECT teachers could be replaced. And even the school which had no ECT teachers could get more teachers. So what happened then?
I would allow Mwagoi to make a comment on some of the aspects, and others I will do that.
Thank you, Chair. I'm privy to the local authority, the defunct local authority employees. For those ones who are in permanent and pensionable terms, most of them were translated and observed in the public service and into the payroll. For those ones who are casuals, some of them remained as casuals from 2013 up to 2017, when they were given contracts, and some of them are affected by this process. Some of them who are casuals, but their translation of terms from casuals to contract was affected by the process. There is a point on cost workers. I think the cost workers is a creation of the social media. What really happened, if you look at the reports, it gives categories of what was found, maybe in that report. And this one was actually, I think it was to sensationalize the process. It is all about the process. On education...
Let me interject, Mogoye. Yes, you've mentioned something. Vice Chair, please. Now, you've mentioned something on the report. I want to directly ask you a question. What triggered the current happenings?
Yes, if you look at our advisories to the executive.
I've asked you a question.
I'm answering the question.
What triggered, and to be specific to the question, Are you acting on your own report or somebody else's report?
The County Public Service Board
is acting on which report?
Works on behalf of the county government.
I'm asking
human
you a question. Is the board acting on which report? Which report is the board acting on?
We have a number of communications. One of it.
I'm asking you a very categorical questions.
Yes, I'm saying, kindly allow me to, just in a minute. Yes.
No, I don't want those explanations. What I'm categorical is, here we have two reports.
Yes, so, okay. So
now, which report are you acting on?
We are acting on
that is actually bringing the current crisis.
We are acting on the analysis of the payroll and the reports from the authorized officers.
Now, who analyzed the payroll? You know now, you are acting on analysis of the payroll.
Yes.
And Madam Chair here is saying the board is not in charge of the payroll.
But we are in receipt of some reports. We are not in charge of
you are under oath.
Yes, I am.
And you are trying to lie to this committee.
Allow me to explain.
Because you are contradicting what your vice chair said. My question is, if you can answer my question, we end up the issue. We have two reports. Which one?
I'm saying, Chair.
No, I will not allow you that. Okay. I want you to give me which report are you acting on?
Analysis of our records, especially the payroll.
Okay, thank you.
On the fate of the defunct local government employees. And Chair, to your information and this committee Chair, can the board tell us which criteria did you use to employ employees who just joined between 2022 to 2024 into permanent and pensionable, whereas people who joined way back 2002, 2003, 2001 were left out? What is their fate? As a board, you cannot tell me somebody who has served for over 20 years, who are employed by local government, who are unprocedurally employed. Can you tell us the fate of these people?
I think, Mogo, you are given the responsibility to respond to that point.
And justify as to why you are in a position to employ somebody for 2024 and left out people who have served this great county for the last 20 years.
Thank you, Chair. The matter of 2023, 2024, 2022, or 2020 employees, if you look at our employment records for that period, we employed technical officers like the meat inspectors, the ECDE teachers, and so on and so forth. So most of
Chair is lying. Chair,
yes, honorable member.
No, he's
please.
lying to this house, Chair.
Honorable members. You now, Mogoi. And that is why it is good to be honest.
Yeah.
You are not honest.
Honorable Chair.
It is on record by Madam Nancy that since she came in as acting CEO, no employment has been done. Now you are here telling us there was such kind of employment.
Honorable Chair.
I was interjected, Chair.
Honorable Chair, please, so that we can help each other.
I want to rule that, honorable members, can you just answer to the question that was posed by Honorable Bate, and then we close the session.
The question was, you are very aware of the employees for the defunct county local government and municipal who have served this county for the last 20 years. What reason can you give to this committee that is justifiable to employ somebody in 2023 and 2024 and leave such people who have sacrificed their time and energy out of this arrangement? What happened and what is the way forward?
Chair, I think we are moving into the subject of what is in the court.
Surely.
Honorable members, let us just bring the session to an end.
Chair, just allow me to request this, Chair.
Chair.
Before.
Yes, Honorable Bridget.
Thank you so much. Vice Chair told us that 2019 she resigned, right? And she got a job, right? You resigned from TSC.
Oh, she said she retired.
Retired.
Yes.
But 2013 and 2017, she was a chief officer in tourism, Chematel regime. Is it true?
Yes.
Wow.
Thank you.
Yeah, final.
Let us proceed.
Chair.
Honorable Chair, may I ask something?
Chair, allow me.
Yes.
Chair, I see.
Honorable members, if we continue this way, we are not going to finish.
No,
just a clarification. Just a clarification,
okay.
Honorable Chairman.
I will allow 3 only, and we bring the session to an end.
Yeah.
Honorable Tarbey.
Yeah.
Then Honorable Bet, Silas Kogo. Then maybe we have Honorable Trufosa P.
We'll
the mic
finish
is on.
quickly.
So let us start with Honorable Trufosa as we come this way, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question is the one already Bridget has asked. Madam Vice Chair, 2013-2014, you were CEO as well as a TSC teacher who was in payroll. How comes that you became a CEO without you resigning? Thank you.
Chair, can I answer that one, please?
Just take the questions and then you will answer.
I think I will answer that one because it is related. It is related. The two of them are related.
Okay.
At the inception of devolution, positions were advertised in county governments. One of those positions was the one for chief officers, others was for county executive committee members. And personally, I applied for chief officer in charge of tourism, culture, and cooperatives, and I was employed. And at that time, I took leave of absence from my employer then. By the time that, and I went back, when I finished my contract in 2018, I went back to the, and at that time I was not being paid by the TSC, I was being paid by the county government because it's the job that I had picked.
Okay. I think that issue is answered. Honorable Kogo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My question to the board is, who is mandated to forward the names of those who have been employed to the payroll team?
One have been made. The county service board secretary forwards the names to the CS. That is the county secretary. And the CS then does the processes from there, and I think they will better explain to you how they onboard people on the payroll.
Thank you. Honorable Tarbey.
Thank you. I had asked the CEO whether they have an official line to communicate. I just wanted to confirm if the number 0781 848494 is the official line.
Yes, it is.
So, and you have said it is domiciled with the CEO.
Yes.
So if I may ask, messages that were sent from maybe during the period May and July 2023, you are in the office?
Under legal, not as the CEO.
Whether you are
I think the members are misunderstanding me. I was assigned duties in 2021
Point of order.
up to 20.
Chair, point of order. In which criteria did you use that members are misunderstanding you?
Because
I thought we are doing judgment based on chair.
Order, honorable
Protect
member.
us.
Order, honorable member. I think maybe you should explain better so that you don't introduce terms that might...
Okay, I apologize. Let me explain again to the Honorable House. In 2021, I was assigned to be the CEO, which mandate ended in May 2022. May 2022. Since May 2022, that period, May 2022 to 2023, I was not the CEO. I came in November 2023. So between the period of May 2022 and October 2023, someone else was the CEO. It was not me.
So, and you have said that it is the role of the CEO to manage now the communication.
Yes.
So does it mean that the messages that were sent during that period was through the instruction of the CEO?
I can imagine, so I can't confirm.
And CEO only communicates messages from the resolutions of the board?
Yes.
Is that true, Vice Chair?
The function of the CEO is to communicate decisions of the board.
Decisions of the board. So any decisions that were communicated during that period were made by the board?
I don't know how the phone was used. I may not know.
Okay, I think let us. Yes.
So quickly, very quick ones. Vice Chair or maybe CEO, because I really am. I'm not able to call you, but let me just call you for now. Have you ever put any report in the county gazette?
Report of the Public Service Board. We don't have a county gazette. We are even sorry for that. We don't have a county gazette.
I'm not talking about the county owning a gazette. You even mentioned that whenever there is nothing in the county, there is. Do you gazette anything? Does the county gazette anything?
Yes.
Have you ever?
Yes, like the Nandi County Public Service Board.
So what did you wrote in which gazette?
Government printers.
And why are you taking us in record? So have you ever done any report of this body in the county gazette? Have you ever gazetted?
No.
Vice Chair, do you know that there is a requirement for that in the law?
Yes.
And let me also highlight that the reason why I'm asking this is because the mandate of this body, this committee, is to find whether there were violations of the law. Are you aware? Vice Chair, are you aware that there are requirements for gazetting reports? And the operative word is the county public service board shall publish. Are you aware?
Yes.
Have you ever? Any report?
We have done the one for...
Have you?
Yes, we have.
Can you share with this committee what you have shared? Because what you did, because we don't have time for that. Another question. Vice Chair.
Please.
Vice Chair. Are you related to the county secretary?
What do you mean by related?
Just that. Are you related? Are you relatives?
Relatives?
Is this a strange language?
Yes, because
maybe
he's
direct to the question. Do you have any relationship, and not in courts, by the way, so that we are not so that you are not misquoted? A relative. Are you in any way maybe close to the nuclear or the extended family? Are you in any way?
He's a member of the extended family of my mom.
Tell us what it is.
I think let us.
Okay, fair enough.
He has answered the question.
The final questions, the final set of questions. All of you, is there anybody who is on, which payroll are you on? Is it the county payroll or you have your own payroll? I mean the executive payroll. Are you paid together with all the other civil servants, or you are paid in your own payroll? Do you have your own payroll?
We are in the county government of Nandi.
Do you have your own payroll?
As a board, no.
So you are paid in this payroll. Are you in any other payroll?
Apart from the one for the county?
Outside payroll. Are you paid in any way outside payroll?
Is it that you're
I ask a question
outside the
to you.
IPPD or?
To you. Yes.
I am in the payroll of the
Are you
county
paid
government of
anything
Nandi.
else on any other payroll?
No.
Witness, next witness?
No.
The other one?
No.
And you?
No.
Now, finally, do you have any relatives that you have, and when I say relatives here, I'm referring to the ones that are very close to you. It could be your nuclear family that you have employed during your period of being in these offices.
Categorically no.
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 Final question to Nancy. Your PF number, when you moved, did it change?
No, a PF number does not change. My PF number is
So did you take along any advantages because you had been employed as a casual first and you came that way?
No.
So you entered at what grade formally in this government?
At job group P.
Directly? From
Yes,
what
through
job
an
group?
advert. It was an advertisement.
Okay. So you entered directly at job group P?
Yes. When it's an advert through the chair, even if today the national government was to advertise for a job at job group R, and I meet the minimum qualifications, I could still be engaged directly at job group R, provided I meet the qualifications.
Can the case be made that you have been very favored in this county government?
That's a false allegation.
I just asked, can it be?
I've
Can such a
answered
case?
no.
Can such a case be made?
No.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, honorable members. I think before I bring the session to an end, I will ask maybe 2 questions to all of you. Considering the happenings, do you see that public funds, public money have been lost? Vice Chair.
If the courts will determine.
Ask a question. And why should you make reference to the court and yet you are talking about sub judice? I've asked that question. That considering all the happenings, do you see or do you feel that public money have been lost irregularly?
Any irregular process that has been done and public money is expended, yes.
Madam, it's either a yes or no answer. Eh? So do you feel that considering all the irregularities, if they are there, is it possible that public money have been lost? Yes or no? Madam Irene?
Yes, it is possible.
No, I don't want you to introduce the issue of yes, it is possible. It is either yes or no.
Yes.
Mogoi?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Now, I want to make some directions that the Vice Chair, you will provide us with your documents for scrutiny and including the leave of service that you sought so that you became the CEO during the first inception of devolved government, and including all your details to the TSC number. And for the CEO, the acting CEO, you also provide the same. All the documentation and including all the minutes. For all the activities that the board has done pertaining to HR issues. I think I'm clear on that. This should be provided by latest Monday 10. And on the issue of Mogoi, you will also have to give us details concerning the transfer, full transfer of service. You will also have to give us your TSC number, the then TSC number, so that this committee will have to do some own way of verification. The same to Irene. You must provide all your details and all the documents to that effect, so that we can also peruse through, so that when at the point of making a decision, we make the correct decision. Otherwise, maybe I will give you 30 seconds to make your last
Maybe, Chair, as they
Okay. From the members, I will also require minutes on the resolution for the revocation of the letters. 2, now that you have been taken to court, we also need to know how much money are you going to spend on the litigation issue. And finally, before I forget, Nancy, you will also have to produce to this committee a schedule of all the board's expenditure for the last 2 financial years. Secondly, Mogoi said that you did an analysis. We also want the minutes on the same analysis that was done by the board, and the report to that effect. I think I'm clear on that.
Honorable Chair.
Chair, you forgotten the resignation and acknowledgement of Mogoi from the TSC. Resignation letter and acknowledgement from the TSC.
I think that is taken. You
Chairman.
need to give us your acknowledgement and the resignation letter for scrutiny.
Honorable Chairman,
yes.
There is something very critical. You remember, these officers have been talking about the authorized officers. These authorized officers, they are the ones who selected them through a process. I recall we asked them a question on the people who applied to be taken up as chief officers. Is that information with us now, including the shortlist and whatever it is that they did, including the interview schedules and the names they finally sent out to the governor? Did they bring this? Can we confirm? Because I have not checked. Did you send them?
Kindly remind me, when was that?
I think they
also, Chair, so that we don't forget.
Yes.
The list of all the officers, all the employees who are serving under, who have had leave elsewhere and are now with us.
I think that our secretariat can confirm that they sent out a request for you to give us the long list, the applicants of the CEOs, the short list, and all the details regarding that, including minutes and the rankings, interview schedules.
Maybe.
Now, did they supply that?
Can I answer that?
Chair, before that one, you know, we are giving so that whenever they will be giving summary, we must have some...
taking up the issues that are, those yes. I direct that as the members put, you just take it.
Yes. Now, Chair, I would also want to hear from the acting
No, honorable member, we are not going to
No,
engage
not
further.
going
I
back.
just want
On
to-
summary, now that we, workers are at home, there is a case in court, what will be the state now? He has never mentioned anything that as we wait for the case, what happens now with the hospital? What happened with those workers? Should they wait? Should they be handing some amount? Should they not? Give us a brief on the status of workers as we wait for the court. Because we are aware hospitals are closed now. Just in brief, because I know.
Okay, there was this issue to do with the CEOs. You made an advert. They applied.
Yes.
We also need a list of the applicants, the shortlisted ones, and the forwarded, which are the successful. And in that structure, you should give us that. And for that one, I'm directing that one should be availed today. Today, before the business ends today. I'm directing that one before 5 today. The applicants who applied for the chief officers' positions, according to the various departments, the shortlisted candidates, the interviewed candidates, and to that effect, you also provide to us the scoring of each candidate. And finally, the list that was given for appointment and finally approval. And that one should be provided to this house by 5 today. I think, is there any other issue?
The original letters for the CEO.
And maybe on that effect, the minutes for every interview to be supplied also for further scrutiny of this honorable committee. Otherwise, I will now give the vice chair and the whole team to give a closing remark of maybe 30 seconds so that we wind up.
Chair, allow me to ask the CEO, and we come this way. I'll be the one to conclude.
Thank you, Chair. I would personally want to appreciate the interaction we have had, and would seek your indulgence or your guidance. My invite, because as the chair said, we were given personal invites. So the personal invite for me is for 14th. Would I be required to come back because it is next week? The personal invite was for 14th.
No, I think we had rescheduled, but in case of any issue arising, we shall make communication.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Otherwise, we really appreciate your time. Thank you.
And maybe this one goes directly to you, the acting. You are the custodian of all the records of the service board. The issue that I have directed that should be provided today, make sure you are there to that, please. Mogoi.
Chair, would you allow me? In my submissions, I said the handing over was not done. So some of them, and I took oath, I would not go maybe prepare or do something. I was not handed over some of them. And I said at the beginning of this meeting. Now,
Honorable
I
Chair.
will seek your indulgence.
Honorable Chair, I think let's clarify this from the Chair. When were the interviews for the CEOs done?
I think the adverts went out in late 2022. Yes, October 2022, and we did the interviews in
February, was it January, February 2023.
February 2023.
So maybe with the assistance of the vice chair.
Oh, sorry. The advert is actually there. It was in October. The adverts went out in October, and we did the interviews because we were running interviews for several from late 2022 to early 2023. I'll just confirm the exact dates.
So, but you are in charge of the interviews.
Yes, that is the board.
So you will give us the requirements that I've just directed.
Yes, we'll give her all the necessary support that she requires.
And
to
should be
make
delivered by
submissions.
today at 5 o'clock.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Mogoi.
Yes, Chair and members, thank you.
Madam Irene.
Chair and members, we really, really appreciate this interaction. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Vice.
Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members. I would like to appreciate the session that we've had. In case we have said anything that may be construed that we were not obedient in any way, we are sorry for that. But we are all committed to ensuring that we have a coherent public service and service delivery to the people of Nandi. In all fairness, as a public service board, that is what we are interested in. Thank you.
Okay, on behalf of the Secretariat and the honorable members, I will also like to thank you for the engagements that we have had together. Maybe what I will only want to emphasize is the submissions of the documents that we've requested. So otherwise, may I wish you well in all your endeavors. Thank you very much and be blessed. I will now request the Sergeant at Arms to usher. The report by the committee will be made public. So that one will be a public document and you will receive it. I will now request the Sergeant at Arms to usher out the Nandi County Public Service Board. And maybe Vice Chair, it slipped. I think we need the appendixes. So they have been brought. The appendixes to the Public Service Commission report. Okay, thank you. And maybe you will also give us the list of the verified candidate in Kaimusi, yeah? Okay. Thank you. Thank you.